Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Settle in and get ready because it is going to be a crazy day of play here at the ESL PUBG Masters 2022. Day 3 is about to kick off. We've got 10 games done and dusted, as my good friend Richard likes to say. We've got 5 more to break down before the break between weekends action. My name's Tawiz. I'm joined by the Cammy D and Matchroom to explain to you exactly what to keep an eye on and how it's all going down. Before we get into the analytics, let's get into the meat and potatoes, the format, what you can expect going forward, and the rewards that are on the line. 128 teams on each side of the region line started this thing out and came all the way down to the grand finals. 10 from North America, 6 from Latin America, the best of the best, throwing down to take home the prizes. The chief of which I think, Matt, a lot of people are looking at, and that's PGC points.
And that is indeed the prize that is at the end of this year road. You can see the fact that as you move forward, you're going to see a couple of changes in the points, but netting these points early gives you that little bit of extra comfort in case something goes a little bit awry further in the year. You want to try to net as many as you can to give you the best capabilities to make it to PGC. Now, there is going to be a ton of prize pool of PGC, but you might have your eyes set on paying your bills a little bit closer, so the prize pool for this game is really important.
Yeah, we got $50,000 prize pool overall, $12.5 thousand for first place. Still a little bit of change to be picked up there at the bottom, but the stark difference is going to hopefully inspire the teams that are already inspired by just qualifying to PGC, pick up their bootstraps and try and play a little better than we saw the first few days.
Absolutely. The best teams in the world, they play for cash, but they also want those bragging rights. And they're, whether or not it's a $100,000 purse or a 12.5K purse is not going to make a big difference in terms of how they play and approach the field. Now, we've talked about sort of what we're playing for, but let's take a look back at what the teams played like yesterday with the recap.
They were looking at the top 4 teams, BBB being the first one, Bing Bang Boom, currently in 4th place, and I honestly, they were on trajectory to be even better than 4th. Unfortunately, they had 2 sort of stinker of Erangel rounds, but it was this specific game, this win that they, I don't want to say stolen, but very much had to work hard to take from BBG. Very good pack play that these guys have. We all know that there are a bunch of fraggers on that team.
Synergy had themselves an amazing first day. The second day, a little bit weaker. When the chaos was going down the first day, they seemed to really thrive in that. Specifically, Capitan finding time and time again successful firefights and key moments for success for his team.
And then Yahoo, who skyrocketed themselves up to 2nd place. 2 wins yesterday. Just some really good play, and there was a lot of question marks on this team coming into this, switching out their in-game leader. Haruzen is the one stepping into that position, coming over from EU, and I had some questions on if it would be successful right off the bat, but they have been proving us all wrong. They're looking really, really good. Better and better the further along this event goes. They're playing very, very well as a team. Hunich and Shimboy and even Sparking are all stepping it up and getting the frags where they need to be and defending their positions like we're seeing right here very, very well.
Now moving on to Built by Gamers. I was sleeping on this one a little bit, but look at that damage number. These guys have been putting in some absolute work in their firefight. They are the overall damage leaders right now with 11,596 coming into it, but BBG has also walked the furthest. These two things combined together, as you can see, they really like to push the fights around them. If there is a firefight, they will stretch out, they will third party, and they will capitalize on everything around them. This has been their secret to success. The more that they can move around and lean into their firepower, the more successes they have, and they're coming off of a massive amount of work that they're putting into it, even participating in Korean scrims to try to improve every step of the way.
They're hustling. We heard that in the interview yesterday. They talked a lot about how they're working harder than they think most people know that they are. And also that story that we kind of found from Godspeed when he talked to Vegas about them being journeymen as a career and having a chip on their shoulder. It's been awesome to see them thriving. But it's not just those 4 teams that are playing, guys. There are 16 teams dropping in. So let's put those up, remind you who will be taking the field. And Cameron, why don't you break down one more team who wasn't in that top 4?
Yeah, just just outside the top 4, we're going to be looking at the Sonics in 5th place. And even though they haven't really taken over this series in the old school Sonics fashion, they're still looking really, really good as a squad. If they just make it into the end game, they're going to have even better points. But if you look on Fire.gg, one of our favorite stats websites, it's actually going to be Tickleton and Shrimzy that have the top 2 spots, even over any member from those top 4 teams that we just looked like. So even though they're not at the top right now, this is still, like, it's almost like that sort of boogeyman right behind you. It's like, when are they going to step up? There's still an ominous threat, some universal threat here in the games.
I mean, whenever I'm looking at it, I gotta say E United drew a lot of attention from me. They had a very good first day, but you can see now moving down into 6th. This is a team that we had a lot of hopes for coming into, and I still have a lot of hopes coming out of this, and I think that they can rebound quite well. But I mean, you got to say, it's coming down to Built by Gamers, Yoho having a phenomenal day yesterday. Whenever we look at a couple of teams that had a little bit of a slower start in yesterday's games, and Synergy and E United, you can see that they dipped down a little bit. But this is made for a tiered system that we're looking at the overall points. It's very high up at the top, and then it gets really compacted. Whenever we look at between Synergy and I would say down to E United, it's a very close. One game can potentially flip all of these.
You mentioned tiers, but the real tiers are the fans from Just Too Easy and Underdogs, as they just have not been able to put anything together. Maybe it'll happen as we get into the games today. Now, normally I ask you guys for prediction, who's going to win this thing, but we're 10 games in. We're not, not even at the halfway point. So let's switch it up a little bit today. Instead of who's going to win, let's talk about teams to watch, or who you think we should keep an eye on as we go through our 5 matches here today. I'm going to open it. I'm going to stay with Synergy. I picked them to win, but I also think we got to keep an eye on them. The reality is they had a big first day. Yesterday was lackluster, to say the least, but I think the potential is there, and I do think they may still be able to pull this out with a strong day 3, and that's why I want to keep an eye on them and see exactly what they set up as the storyline continues to develop. Cameron?
Yeah, I have my eyes on Nootropic. They're currently sitting in 11th place, which of course is sort of on the unfavored side of the leaderboard, but they're getting better and better as we go along. They haven't reached too many end games themselves, but I'm really liking the way that they're moving around the map, the way that they're handling their fights. If they can just win their fights just a little more cleanly, just a few more of those engagements going their way, then I think we can see a really, really big uptick. They're only getting better and better as the games go on.
I gotta say, give me a hoe. It's so good right now. These guys are doing such a great job, coming in with a high amount of momentum. I mean, what, they got 3rd, 6th, 4th, 1st, and then that last game, 15 kills. I mean, Haruzen, Shimboy, Sparking, Punage. This is a firefighting squad that can put up a ton of damage whenever it gets into any form of firefight around them, and I want to see more success coming out of it.
Art, I love that you brought them up, and you talked about Punage and some of these younger players who've been absolute firebrands. We're seeing that as well with BBG. Cameron, is it a changing of the guard? I mean, some of our old guard players, the Sonics, STK, they've got players who've been with us since the very beginning, and then we've got other teams that seem to be thriving with these young guns who've been coming up over the last 2 years or so. Is the changing of the guard imminent, or do you think the old vets are going to stand up for themselves and say, listen, young chaps, it's time for us?
I mean, it's too early to call whether it's officially happening. But I think you're onto something there. I really do think that even if we're not going to be seeing the teams like Sonics and E United completely drop from the top positions, I would be surprised if both BBG and Yoho dropped off themselves. So I think this year, maybe not ESL Masters Phase 1 right now, but over the course of this entire year, that is, over the long term, is when we might start seeing that sort of transition, some players finally giving their top position away to these new guys. We say new like BBG and Yoho,
but they're not.
I was going to say, are we really going to call these the new guys?
But compared to the Sonics and United and SDK, yes, they are.
And there's youthful exuberance, and there's also the context, Matt, of some of them didn't get to play, right? Back when NPL was going on and we had some age restrictions, a lot of these hot players that are sort of putting up big numbers right now were sidelined. Another team that I'm curious about, and I want to get your feelings on them, is Dodge. Matt, can you give me a little more info on this team that has been middling, but they're also, I think, surprising at moments?
I mean, to be fair, their middling games are more often than not due to the fact that they are drawing a lot of attention. And a nature of the beast is the circles. The circles have been a little all over the place. So with Dodge's rotation strategy, you can see that they are getting into circle, but they're not getting into the prime areas where they can really hold up and take good firefights. I think, I'm thinking back to the first day, I can't remember, I think it was 22 Esports or somebody else had a high ground position on them, just jumped in a car and was like, well, we just see if we can get another kill point, and just sends it down to try to run one of them over. That's kind of been the nature of the beast with Dodge right now. They can get into a spot, but then suddenly everybody turns their eyes at them.
That makes sense. Let's keep moving here. I remember yesterday, you and I were casting, Cameron, and when we were talking to the desk, Godspeed brought up the Rumblers, and he said, I expect more from them. I know that they're better. Waldini, in particular, is a hero that hasn't played like that. He didn't say all those words. I'm a little bit putting in his mouth, but he was frustrated with their play. Did you see anything yesterday as we watched that gave you signs that maybe the Rumblers were turning it around? Right now they're sitting in 14th place as we start today with only 31 points.
Yeah, they're actually struggling. They struggled more yesterday than I think they did even on day one that had the super chaotic, crazy zones there. I thought they were going to be looking a lot better than they are right now. They looked really solid in the qualifiers, and it was like, oh, yes, finally this Rumblers roster, the core of them have been together for quite a while. Like, finally they can step it up. Their pack play is looking really good. And then Valiate, who, despite being a super dynamic player, that dynamic play style does come with its downsides. It looked like his wide flanks were being tempered a little bit, and he wasn't being allowed to go off so far on his own. But I don't know what's changed now. Maybe they're just being locked out of the circle more than they're used to. They're not able to win the engagements that previously we would have expected them to. It just, I don't know. I'm starting to think that maybe the good performance in the qualifiers was the outlier, and now they're just regressing back to their mean.
That's not a lot of fun. Another team that's not been having a lot of fun is Trogloditas, Matt. This is the same team, but it doesn't feel like the same team. What's going on?
This isn't fair. You're about to ask me about Trogloditas, and there's no nice way to say it. We just haven't seen them.
Right.
They aren't making it into the end game. Rotations have been very problematic. Points are difficult to be found anywhere for the squad. I don't know really what's going on, but I mean, this is a squad I know that we loved last year, and it's just, there just seems to be something wrong in the core. I don't know if it's shot calling. I don't know if it's just a lack of synergy, or if it's just the fact that maybe with these new squads, new rotations, sometimes that can be a factor too. Like, you could be a good squad, but if we suddenly have 2 to 3 new teams that are rotating into very similar locations as you, suddenly you have to figure out how to adjust away from that, and now your whole game plan is changing, and sometimes it takes an event to do that. I'm hoping that's what's going on with Trogloditas, and it's not a bigger problem.
Well, we'll see if they turn it around. It's a lot. I will preface this. I was casting yesterday. I was a little hard on some of the teams. The reality is, if they're here in the top 16, they're one of the best teams in the world. But we still have to talk about them. And Cameron, when you talk about that, that's just too easy in underdogs. Their point totals are dismal compared to everyone else right now at 21 and 22. Yeah. Are we writing them off? I mean, there's still 20 games left to play, but it's starting to feel like this is just a featherweight and a heavyweight bout.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Underdogs, it shouldn't be too much of a shock. They just barely squeaked by in the qualifiers, and this is one of the first times that they're actually able to make it to the grand finals of an event like this. Yeah. So expecting them to be significantly higher than they currently are would be asking too much. It's great that they're here, but they really would have needed to show some extra level that would be inhuman to expect. Just Too Easy is the big shocker because they got second place in their qualifiers. They were looking to be playing really, really good, but that sort of firepower that we saw in their play style in the qualifiers just doesn't seem to have arrived. They only have 12 kills, which sure is higher than the 1 kill or even 1 point per game that we saw from day one. So I guess we're going up.
It's a little bit better. I mean,
it's a little bit better, but
we've
it's
only
really
played 10 games. Yeah. So what? That's a little bit better than 1 point per game. That's a rough situation to be in. Now, again, it could be adjustments, specifically whenever we're looking at some of the Latin American teams coming over playing against a higher majority of North American teams. So there is going to be a little bit of an adjustment period regarding on you don't get to have as much control over a lobby per se. So you kind of end up having to play a little bit of a back burner. But let's be real, that's not all of what's going on. Sooner or later, you just got to win the firefight.
Exactly, like 8th or 9th place. You know what? Fine, a little unexpected, but down in 15th, they're just not winning even half the engagements that we expected them to.
Right. I mean, Synergy's making the same adjustments with a new IGL, and they're doing what they're doing. Whereas I think, if my memory's correctly, Just Too Easy has been together since May of last year. So this is a team that, at the reality, I don't know if there's that much lenience, and it starts to really stress you out as to why they're not performing at the level that they are. We'll see. It's almost time for game number 1 to start. Before we do, I want to remind you that if you think you are as good at Erangel as the teams who are about to land there are, well, you have your chance to prove it. 22 is going to be jam-packed with PUBG Esports action. And while you're watching the ESL PUBG Masters go down, take some notes, because your next chance to show off your skills is right now. Registration is open for PCS 6 America's Open Qualifiers. Round 1 will start on March 9th, but registration closes on March 7th. So put that in your calendar and make sure you sign up right now. You can find the details at na.pubgesports.com. And while you can find the details of how to be great there, you can take notes and learn how to be great by watching the 2 gentlemen who will be bringing you the cast today. It is none other than the beautiful voices of Porosaurus and Hypoc.
Hello, everybody. It is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Hypoc, and we are getting ready to head into that first game of the day. Hypoc, again, we saw BBG kind of make a massive run all day yesterday, but can they keep it going?
I mean, this is the real test for, again, a new roster like this is if they can establish this level and maintain it, right? The age-old discussion of PUBG and success, it's around consistency. Already loving what I'm seeing. I mean, I was fearful for the honey badger effect, as I like to call it, but it's not prominent just yet. It's not prominent just yet.
Not yet. Yeah, we're still in honeymoon phase. We haven't gotten the honey badger phase. There's multiple phases. All right, you gotta take your time to work your way all the way down. Just a real quick reminder, guys, as we're getting into the game, that you can go over to our dedicated map feed that is keeping up with the broadcast in real time. You can find that over at twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map to have all the rotation information at your fingertips. Rotation information. All of it. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Look, okay, so as we are ready to get into game number 1, I got another question for you, Hypoc. Synergy had a fantastic first day, kind of fell off in day 2. Which is the real Synergy?
Well, I mean, I'm fine if a team falls off and they're still sat in third. That's the way I look at it, right? They've already done a lot of the hard work, which for me was proving they can close out games and look pretty comfortable in this lobby. So I guess that's the first question I have. As soon as we have this region crossover and we get to the grand finals, can a team from LATAM replicate their success, right? That already is a tick in the box for me. So the fact we're not even at the halfway point, I definitely haven't lost hope. I'm still riding that high from day 1 for Synergy.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, 2 wins, 80 points overall. The 48 kills, man.
You can't turn your nose up at that, man.
You can't.
That is a good performance so far. Well, you can turn your nose up. It's that plain. That is hideous.
It's not great.
That is
it's not
hideous.
Great. Is Shoot to Kill ever going to get to drop North Georgia? Or South Georgia, any George. For that matter.
Any part of George, yeah. It's not looking like it. Audible going to be called down to Sosnovka, which on the preview, all I'm thinking with this, dude, if we see another one of those melee games with the double bridge camp and the quintuple,
you like that?
Party, no, not a fan. Not a fan.
Not a fan. You know what's kind of surprising to me, man, is that we see this super far south plane, and yet
there's only
still,
2.
Only two. And usually on planes that far south, we usually see the way like 4.
Yes, I think so. Maybe this is. I mean, there's always going to be a couple of teams calling a reaction drop based on the plane path. Maybe they see, the first send it out and the second go down to Sosnovka and just think it's not worth their time. I mean, that's probably a 60-40 to the north. We've seen it bounce south before.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space in the middle, though.
There really is, man. This to me screams one of those circles that everybody's going to think, all right, it's going to go north, right? And then circle 2 is just going to be absolutely brutal hardship to the south.
There's no way this goes south.
That's just, we can't say that. We can't say there's no way this goes south because there's a 100% chance at that point that it goes south. I keep an eye on SGK. I'm interested to see if they stay south or if they try to do like a 2-2 thing that like they have in the past, if they stay south, this thing is 100% going north. I feel.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Vegas.
This
Kurt's gonna hear this, even though the engine's cut.
And you know what? Like, I want to say this is bold from Vegas, but at the same time, like, they are used to shoot to kill looting up over. You know,
he's got a 4x. No way.
No.
He actually got a 4x. Oh, that's tough. That's tough viewing. That is.
Yeah. That's bad. I mean, to be like what I was about to say was that you know, Vegas, I think, creeping over here into military base because they saw SDK drop for sure, but SDK usually just.
Oh no,
Kurt, you're an eighth, man. Are you really gonna style on him like this?
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. You're absolutely right. The 8th place team carrying a member of the 1st place team back into the ATC. Yeah, he's just gonna loot. He's just gonna loot with him.
he's got his little Vegas backpack on. You think Vegas is picking up stuff for him as he goes? So yeah, it's over here.
God, I wish we were in proximity chat right now.
I know. Look, we used to be able to do that. All right, they ruined it.
Simpler times, man. Simpler times.
You know, whenever we used to have the starting island or whatever, and we would try to go down there for proximity chat, that lasted all of about 1 second before we decided that was a horrible, horrible idea. And you know who was part of that? You. Yep. You were part of that. You were a part of the problem.
Back since the year dot.
Well, while we watch Kurt, so okay.
I guess they made an agreement.
Yeah, look, an agreement had to be made at some point, didn't it? Okay. So
I mean, that just to come back to it, again, BBG are out of the plane early enough where I don't think they maybe have solid information. Somebody's dropping to the west side. I have to look back to see exactly when Luke and Kurt pull out and whether or not they're visible to go south. But obviously, there's like a 10 to 15 second window there where Vegas maybe is just dropping, focusing on a vehicle or something, but. It's a tough way to lose one when you are a Millie Island team. Yeah, you see that circle. There is still a real chance that this ends in the backyard.
Yep. So keep an eye. Here's another interesting thing that if you're looking at that map stream, remember PUBG. Twitch.tv /PUBG Esports map. If you're looking at the map stream, both /. Don't forget the /. It's very important. Both bridges on the north side are occupied by Latin American teams. You got Young Kings over there on the western bridge. They actually got Synergy, a little Synergy kicker, and you got 22 covering the eastern bridge as well. So I'm interested to see if these teams that have been maybe having a little bit more of a slow start, like 22 Young Kings, a little bit maybe more so than Synergy,
I'm going
obviously.
Eastbridge. I see this circle.
It's got to be Eastbridge, yeah.
I'm going Eastbridge. If I know the 22 dropped there, and this isn't really to throw shade, they're going to play. They're going to play for placement. They're just not getting the kills. I mean, if they were keeping tally or keeping with the pack in terms of where those kills lie, and you could basically put them at like 3rd, 4th place. Right now, they're sat in 9th. It's 27 kills overall and 61 total points. So a little bit of a disparity there, but again, if you've done your homework, Eastbridge is the play, man. Like, I don't think 22 Esports are going to have that flip of the switch and say, yeah, let's start playing for kills.
You don't think?
Nah.
You're not going to turn it up. Look, you go back.
I mean, they are folding in some team fights as well, so you can't really take it away. If they're still finding points by playing placement, stick to it. As far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I'm going back and I'm pulling up stats from the Latin America regional playoff. Right, Young Kings they had 2 wins. They had 57 kills, 97 points. So that's kind of what makes me believe that we haven't really seen the real Young Kings just yet. Now, obviously, it is a different lobby completely now that we've gotten to the grand final. But seeing Young Kings kind of be a little bit on the slow side here is kind of shocking to me as we see Synergy just keeping gas cans honest.
A little bit of poke down here on the south coast. And at this point, you don't really want to be getting. This is one of those circles where it's particularly here. You want to find yourself a little safe spot and wait this out. You definitely don't want to be, hard fighting for a compound or even crashing anybody right now, because there is still the risk of being totally outpositioned by the Circle 2 pop. And interesting, I know we were having this conversation earlier. There wasn't too much of an overlap for Dodge and Nootropic. At least this time it's been way more of a passive start on both fronts, which we know how that situation's gone. So maybe that is a bit of a step change in how it's going to play out, because Nootropic is still 4 up. This is nothing short of a miracle on Erangel when we're 7 minutes in.
Yeah, if you want a little interesting side note about Nootropic, I was clicking around on Twitch.tv a little bit earlier this morning, and I came across
Backslash.
Backslash. I think it was GLL was doing a European event, and Nootropic was playing.
Really?
So this is now a full day here for the Nootropic boys. They had I think a different player so that they could be quote unquote European for that event, but
They've gone worldwide.
Yeah. Like, Nootropic is putting in the time, man. They're putting in the work. They're
putting in the man hours.
But you got to wonder if maybe a little bit of a burnout might be coming through. But we'll see how it plays out. Here's Underdogs have the high ground. I loved this position that Dogs took over on the hills just to the west or southwest of Pachinki. Very spread, but they're going to spot out Troglodytes, get a few shots in, and that's going to keep Trog from pushing over.
Just to come back to Nootropic again, things like that, it's really useful for a new roster, right? That's kind of finding their feet. They've maybe struggled a little bit here. I mean, it begs the question, is that hot drop really worth it? I mean, that's for the fan to decide.
Well, so far they're 4 up, right? They're still 4 alive.
So you're saying it's not worth it? You're saying they just submit? They're tapping out?
Look, North American teams and bailing out of hot drops early is not something that we see very often, but maybe something that we should see a little bit more often, as we've got.
You're feeling passive aggressive tonight, aren't you? Throwing out in all directions.
I don't know what you're. I have no idea what you could be referring to, honestly.
Neither do I. Where are Sonics, actually?
They left one at Pachinki. They've sent H-Win over to H-Win's little compound just off to the west of Pachinki, and Mime and Tig are on the do we even still call it C9 Hill? I don't know. If that's too old at this point.
Showing you age, yeah.
I know. It's getting late.
Also, that is not C9 Hill.
That's not. I'm sorry. It's one over. one over to the east. Yeah, look, just back off. All right. It's been a while. But I mean, this is a huge spread for Sonics, as I mean they're all over the place, and I obviously anticipating this shift to go hard north, and it does.
Yeah, I mean, in this circle, I don't think anybody's really. We saw what happened with Yahoo actually contesting Pachinki Hill the other day. That was over towards the Quarry circle, if I'm not mistaken. Circle 1 was way towards Quarry. Is PBG going to try and make the way? Take a little bit of damage on the way in, but we'll find an opportunity to set up here. But yeah, in a circle 1 like this, I don't think anybody's diving to contest Sonics, right? It's almost like expected. They're going to have a little freedom in the early game.
I mean, that's a positive news for Sonics here. I mean, we were wondering the other day if maybe they've lost a little bit of that respect that they've earned throughout the last couple of years. Here is BBG going to find Raji Wow, and Andy FPS is hiding in the closet. Balefrost knows exactly where he is, but the Molotov not going to land. Is he confused? Does he think he maybe went to one more?
I think he thinks he went. No, he's going to check. He's going to hard.
There you go.
Oh, okay. A second, he wasn't going to clear that. Bale. Still that shit. What? Halo? SDK? Luke's the last one up.
Huh.
Cut. Let's move on to something else.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here as the gas cans bridge camp yields positive dividends.
Told you, man. East Bridge.
East Bridge. Every time, man. Every time. Okay, so STK, first team out of the lobby, and they have a little bit of time here to think about what went wrong, and 2 more Erangel games to go here today, as it's off to an inauspicious start for that squad.
Good word.
Thank you. I thought so. We got there. And it looks like Young Kings actually do manage to keep 2 alive, so BBG caught them out in that 2-2 split. The northern duo didn't come down to support, so BBG gets a nice little spot for themselves here in the yellows. What do we call this? 12-pack, 6-pack, 24-pack suitcase? Sure. I don't know.
One of those.
One of those. I can't remember.
Pretty sure you just made all of those up. So
come on, you're killing me. I need support. All right,
you're riding solo
unwavering.
on that one.
Support.
Never had any of those names.
All right, well, Nootropic going to take the fields just to the northwest, right on the edge of the circle. You can see it just there on your mini map. They're going to keep a close eye on Rumblers making a rotation around. Leda and Colton have the south side of this. I think Hello Senpai might be feeding that info over. Rumblers might be in a rough spot here if they're not careful.
Actually, Hello Senpai pretty deep in the cut in terms of how far out Rumblers are, but you're right, he's relayed this information. You can see the other side of Nootropic actually set up to put some damage in. Corsac got to be careful here. Hello Senpai actually going to open up onto Valley 8. Rumblers here running into a couple of problems. Valley 8 should be resible. But you can see already Colton and Later set up now. I think that's Hello Senpai on the minimap pulling a little further south there. It's actually Lampalot.
Oh, the problem here, though, look at that mini-map. You can see him starting to creep down over in this general vicinity. That's Trogloditas. Only two of them, though. You can see Exex is just off to the east in the hard compound. Not going to find that, but the two from Trogloditas. Kill Demo will find Colton. And that'll be the knock on to Nootropic. And now Nootropic still out in the blue, camping Rumbler. Is this troll? Is Nootropic trolling Rumblers at this point, or is this a viable strat in phase 3?
I mean, I don't know. Nootropic obviously have to have moved elsewhere, so maybe this is hey guys, we've got to spend a couple of days doing some research on our new side of the circle. Rumblers definitely probably frustrated with the situation. Actually, elsewhere.
I imagine they would be.
Dodger actually going to the compound next to Young Kings here. We've already taken a casualty. Dodge still 4 strong. Look like anybody from Dodge is going to force the issue here, but my cousin Flux occupying the opposite side of the compound. Actually, is Young Kings down to 2 here? They are down to 2, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. It was only the 1 that they'd lost so far, but now actually I was going to say a stalemate will develop, but Cherry going to open things up there. And elsewhere, this is still happening.
This is indeed still happening. Nootropic slowly bleeding out in the blue. As you can see, it's ticking. It's not terrible just yet, but Rumblers right on their backside. I gotta feel like Rumblers are pissed about this whole situation. And at this point, they're just like, you know what? Screw these guys. We're gonna make sure they want to camp us in the blue on our rotation. We're gonna take it right back to them. Corsac was a shining spot for Rumblers during the qualifiers. I mean, he looked like an absolute demon and a beautiful fit for that team. It's been a little bit of a slow start for him, though, and really, honestly, the rest of Rumblers. But
I was going to say,
it's 4 up,
From what we saw in the group stage, which was, I guess, a couple of the old timers finding form once again, but definitely a much slower start this time around. Synergy, a little bit of a mission here on foot to do some damage, but we'll pull away unharmed. Sonic still occupied quite a wide side, and actually this Dodge situation developing now. They have taken a knock, but Cherry will swing through. Young Kings will be eliminated in 15th place.
Honey Badger trying to he's sending
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He absolutely. Okay, the rest of his team is arriving. Remember,
well, they're still on the hill to the south, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Here they come. Remember, they are down to 3. They lost Vegas early over there on Military Island to Kurt. So this is a 3-man push from Built by Gamers, but you gotta like the aggression coming out from BBG, and I guess when you're in first place with a nice little stack of points to spare, you can be this aggressive.
Yeah, I think they missed the timing on the third party, or maybe thinking there was more damage done onto the side of Dodge, because this is basically a whole new engagement now. Dodge are fully recovered. They've got arguably the better side of the compound now.
Now they got the circle too. Okay.
I mean, if it's me, I always want to play on the north side of this, just so you have some access to that hill on the north. I mean, wrapping back to the south here, if it does end up pulling towards where Synergy are, for example, you always want to have that opportunity to play along the roadside. But this is tricky now, because both these teams, I mean, effectively, what's going to happen with Young Kings? This should be a bit of a stalemate. Unless somebody gives away a knock here, or Bale looks like he's going to try and post another nade in the window. Don't do any damage, though.
Okay. Well, we did hear from Vegas yesterday that all shot calling, IGLing duties have gone over to Honey Badger for that squad, and he was the first in, and the rest of the team had to follow up. It looked like they might have been a little bit interested in gas cans on that south side, but here we go, Snakers trying to spot out the boys from Bing Bang Boom on the north side. They have to worry as well, though. They've got 22 starting to creep over in that direction. And Rumblers, look at that, cleaning up Nootropic. Revenge is best served cold for the boys in green.
Grinning ear to ear after that, I'm sure. It's always nice to be able to find a team that did try and gatekeep you. Also, actually, United, I guess, feeling a little bit of pressure here, but 22 on hand to help out with BBB. 2 knocks come through, 1 confirmed here.
I'm a little bit worried for United. I mean, they're in a good spot right now. It's safe for now, and
this is hard to hold, though.
It's going to be so hard
to hold.
Well, you look at 22, you look at Yahoo, you look at BBB. I mean, there's so many teams that kind of come over the top, and even just too easy if they decide to start creeping over in that direction. Once they've cleared out Pachinki, they might get involved. But Yahoo going to find 22. Yeah, absolutely want this. This is going on outside of circle. They have to push in. They're going to find the opening knock onto Balkan, and Vinny got knocked really, really low, and 22 may be a little bit out of position for this.
On left is Hayes 10. You can see in the background on the X-ray, nowhere near to help out with this, but Vinny close enough here to, no, he's dipping as well. And like I said, it's almost like this isn't losing a team fight, right? There's no team fight even occurred here.
No.
22 just in full damage control, and I gotta say, you can't be playing this area of a circle like this and not be on hand to commit to a full team fight.
Yeah, it was almost it was just kind of a misread. Maybe they didn't spot out Yahoo coming from that eastern side, so they end up kind of tunnel visioning, sending one way off north, try to get a nice position on a United, and they do so. They send some shots, don't really get anything out of it, and they end up paying the price in the end as Yahoo is going to creep through. They'll try to find the last one. Meanwhile, Troglodytas, as we saw, holding the north side, trying to prevent Rumblers from pushing in from that Pachinki area. The Rumblers not going down without a fight, though. Exex and Rusty Zera have both been taken down.
I think we'll find 2 here. Kill demo, no real angle over the top, and risk of that nade coming up pretty soon. Valier send it, he did. It does a lot of damage. Actually will force kill demo back on 10 HP, and actually finds a tag to follow up. That's 3 knocks for Valier now.
Valiate has been on one. He had a 1v4 yesterday.
This nade, no way.
At one point, this nade could find him. Does get the knocker, flush onto Exex, but doesn't pull Necro off the res of Rusty Zera. Rumblers trying to push over this, but they also have to worry a little bit about just fun. Waldo, Valiate taking care of Troglodytas by himself while Waldo and the rest of the squad holding just too easy at bay. Fantastic stuff coming out from Rumblers in the first game.
There's now on 2 United. Yeah, this was what we were worried about. United have been able to maintain numbers for the time being, but this uphill fight here, when this circle closes in, the team on the top just has so much time to find multiple angles downhill.
And the biggest problem right now for United is that just too easy is having to defend their own spot, so they can't really provide any over-the-top support against Yahoo.
You're right, United's position does rely a lot on, a lot of other teams commanding this space, but Boonage and Sparking.
Rumblers.
Still got an opportunity to wrap around this. Actually, Corsac got sightlines onto a United member. This could open things up for Yahoo.
Big shots coming out of Waldo and Los. They'll get the knocks. They'll get the flush. They'll clean up Yahoo just like that. Rumblers running through this lobby right now. Now they've turned their attention over to United. Snakers, the last one up, but he'll find Los HD. Great shots with that mini. Los will actually get flushed by his own grenade that was primed and ready to be thrown. But 13 kills now for Rumblers, and they're going to turn their attention over to just too easy.
Himself a little bit of space to work with. Unfortunate Loss gets knocked with that nade in his hand. Looked like it was sent in the right direction, or was about to be at least. Shrimsy, the backup H-win for this res, get mine back on his feet, as they did lose Tigleton in the fray. As this circle closes in, they do have to relocate as well. No real opportunity to vie for this high ground anymore. Rumblers now the victors of this valley that runs south of Pachinki. Yeah, with another rock, a tree here and there to play off.
It's not the worst.
The important thing is they've cleared all of this congestion down to that side of the circle, so they can find some open sight lines now, maybe even third party.
Underdog's going to find mine, so it's going to knock Sonics down to 2. Gas Cans trying to clear out the last remaining member of Dodge. Ethan laying that smoke down thick, trying to play around it as long as possible, hoping that maybe a third party will come in and defend him a little bit here. And Waikika and Nikos, they, I think, spotted out Rumblers in the distance. Yep, here come the shots. Corsac will have to pull back down and won't be able to provide that support to Ethan anymore. The circle does pop, and it's going to favor Rumblers. That's great news for them.
3 strong, and like what I said, able to find some real open sight lines in towards the circle. They're going to punish Sonics on this rotation. Shrimpy actually finds Corsac on the drive-by. Luckily, Greg Shot will deal the killing blow. Deal with Sonics there out in 6th place, but Corsac actually gets flushed. So Rumblers now on the back of that. We'll be down to just the 2 members now, but already a massive, massive game for them here. Double-digit kills, find themselves in the top 5 as well.
I mean, look, we've been paying a lot of attention to Rumblers so far, and with good reason. I mean, 14 kills and their road in has been incredibly difficult. But Gas Cans, 8 kills for them as well. Underdogs, 4 up, and they have been looking fantastic so far. 2 kills only, but now look at this. They're going to push right into Rumblers. They realize that they have the numbers here. The smokes are laid down. It's going to slow things down just a bit. Waldo will spot HVZ. Will get the knock there. Valier goes down, though, but Waldo refusing to go down. He's going to find 2 knocks. Fuzz is very, very low. Waldo working around. Going to get that flush, get that kill. 1 more point in the bag. And look at Gas Cans.
Over the top.
Oh, no. What a read from Gas Cans. To come in at the perfect time, third party, all of that. But look at this. What is happening?
Greg just down Waikika Mukau. And Nikos gets knocked here. Gas Cans could be the victims of their own success there. Synergy now trying to lay some damage from afar, but difficult to find any open angles. So you can see Fisher headed north. He's desperate. He wants this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is looking so good. I mean, Synergy reading that kill feed, understanding the situation, knowing that Gas Cans is beaten and broken at this point. If they can get these flushes, that would be huge. But it looks like Gas Cans will have that smoke wall laid down long enough to get back up to full strength. Synergy also needs to be concerned about Bing Bang Boom. They're hiding in the shack just off to the south. Doesn't look like they're over peaking just yet. So Bing Bang Boom just kind of playing it slow, playing it quiet, and hoping that maybe they can third party off of whatever happens between Gas Cans and Synergy.
At this point, you want to see some progress made here. At least have a say in this, because if I got to feel like Synergy are going to be able to put an awful lot of pressure onto Gas Cans. As I say that, actually, Gas Cans are able to spread or at least send 1 member out. Is that Greg? Yeah, it is. Drifting away. Problem is, BBB, if they get stuck in that shack, then they don't really have a say in this.
I almost feel like Synergy missed an opportunity to do basically the exact thing that Gas Cans did to Rumblers. I mean, when Gas Cans had 2 knocks, Synergy could have just hopped in the vehicles, made their way across the fields, and just cleaned that up. But instead, choosing to hold down to their cover and play that side of the circle. And now they have to move across just wide open field, and Gas Cans back up to full strength.
You got to question the utility available for Synergy in this scenario as well.
Sure.
But now, Sharp Shot and Keenan can lay a bit of damage on to either team, really. I mean, better opportunity onto Gas Cans than anything. Is you going to be able to put out some smokes, reposition the vehicles just to find a little bit of comfort closer to the next circle. That vehicle, not much longer for this world, but Gas Can's able to move in. And the problem being now that there's no focus towards BBB. So this is really where you want to see them make a move. The circle obviously going to pressure now. Unfortunately, I think with Gas Can's repositioning, BBB are screwed here.
Yeah, I mean,
with everybody else finding safety, yeah, there's just no risk.
Yeah, it's, and I don't think they have any vehicles really to use here. I mean, you can see the UAS is just destroyed. Sharpshot's going to go down to Keenan. Keenan will go down to himself, most likely. Yep, there we go. Nice little grenade in his own pocket. and it'll be a 4v4 for the victory here between Synergy and Gas Cans.
It's tough there with their vehicles getting just dealing or receiving a load of damage before all the tires pop. No real opportunity to find anything here, but come down to a 4v4. Fisher actually going to open up on the Greg shot here, down to 15 HP. He's going to try and reposition just to avoid a nade.
Nice little 1v1
Is that the green light?
I mean, it feels like it should be, but I don't think Synergy has
It's a
the
big gap
utility.
to fill.
Yeah,
it's a big gap to fill.
I mean, they've got, it looks like they've got one Dacia among all of them, and it's going to be in Pippa's hands as Capitan finds himself a hay bale to hide behind. Waikikabukau will take the shots with the AK, lands them all. Capitan has gone down. Pippa may be able to go for this res, but they've got to be careful. No utility in the hands of Waikikabukau just yet, and a busted vest, but Capitan will get taken down by that Molotov for, that's 12, actually now, 3v3, as Waikikabukau will have to reposition.
It's a big hit there, actually. And as soon as you look as if they want to stack up again, Circle
so
pulls
dangerous.
back towards the northeast here. As soon as you have to be the ones to make a move.
Oh, this is so dangerous. I hate seeing them right on top of this hay bale, man. That grenade should have hit. Gas Cans. Go back to the training range for that one. That could have been a double kill right there. But it's just a little bit too long. Maybe the smoke cloud just concealing it a little bit too much. Adam gonna try again. This one might find it. Yeah, it does. Synergy, you can't group on top of a hay bale like that. You're just asking for it. And Paragua shooting now the last one alive, 7 HP. It's just a matter of time before Gas Cans clears this up. Here comes the flashbang disco bonanza as Paragua shoot will throw out a grenade, but it's not gonna matter. Gas Cans with the win, 15 kills.
Really impressive game there, and good handling as well of the end game. Looking to be very proactive towards third party in that United position. Actually, at the same time as they were getting pushed by somebody else. So Gas Cans absolutely the deciders of their own fate. You can't really follow that. Started off with the bridge camp. Let's not forget. Started off with actually riding out and waiting for SDK over on that west bridge, and from there, I mean, this is what we see with Gas Cans. Once again, they wind in their sails with a couple of kills early on. They really do run away with things. They play with confidence, and that's what's key.
Yeah, I mean, I part of me wants to go back and watch the VOD right now and see exactly what Gas Cans did. Because it's shocking to me that STK would just get completely wiped by a bridge camp like that here in 2022 when they're dropping military. But we are ready to go to a break. When we come back, the Analyst Desk will tell us about what we saw in game number 1, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Adam Didiano. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and I go by the same in-game name as Adam.
My name is Gustavo. I live in Novo Hamburgo, Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. In game, my name is Dinzer.
My name's Luke Newey, my gamer tag is Luke12, and I live in Sydney, Australia.
Hola, mi nombre es Leandro, soy de Argentina, Buenos Aires, y mi nick es Rivo, o también Nedgem.
I've been playing PUBG for, I'm gonna say, 4 years now. I started out in Australia and I moved to America, and I've been playing in America for the past 3 years, I think.
Más o menos empecé a jugar competitivo a partir de 2018.
I've been playing PUBG competitively for over 4 years now, I think.
Since last year, I guess, I tried to get in finals at Americas twice, and I didn't get. So now I am very happy to made it.
Coming back to point rule, I think our team in general is very happy because we struggled a bit in MC.
Y nosotros del formato anterior, tipo, aprendimos a sobrevivir un poco más, pero la verdad no cambia mucho. Simplemente el juego es el mismo, tenés que aprovechar las oportunidades. No importa si tenés que ganar la partida o sacar kills, siempre es el mismo estilo de juego.
The fact that we can create goals in our game, that's really helped us, I think, like in terms of the point rule now with Super. So we kind of break the game down into steps, and we do what we need to do.
We play smarter. We had now a lot of value on one play life, so we can't lose on one player in the early game.
When we go back to point rule, we're probably going to switch back to playing a normal playstyle because it was working really well in point rule.
Welcome back. Game 1 is done and Game 2 is on the horizon. It'll be a little bit brighter for the gas cans if they've poured fuel on their push to get to the top of the leaderboard with a big victory coming off the back of a beautiful third party. Now, I'm joined by Cameron and Matt, and I know that you guys are going to have some good insights on everything from, maybe how some teams carry others to third parties and how it impacts the whole thing. But before we get into it, let's take a look back at the highlights.
Highlight time, replay time, okay, I guess we gotta work on that. But no, this was...
I liked it.
This is a bit heartbreaking, I think. SDK, they stayed on South Africa Island, and they just get absolutely roasted and deleted here while trying to cross. They dealt some good damage to the gas cans, and we saw how that played out for them. Like, they were able to stabilize off of that. But this was, Matt, we avoided South Africa Island. We all saw that first circle, but at what cost? At what cost?
To get probably something just about as rough. I mean, there is very little cover as we continue moving forward, and that's what led to a lot of these weird drive-by fights of people just going, I got nothing left. We have nowhere we can go, and just sending it. Gotta give a big shout out to Rumblers. Well, this whole situation with Underdogs is going to end up going in Gascan's favor. Rumblers get a massive amount of kills coming into this stage, and Gascan's now position themselves in a beautiful spot right up here next to Synergy.
Yeah, we'll see the overall leaderboards later, but I imagine there actually wasn't a lot of movement in the top go of things. So many of these teams, like Synergy included, didn't have too many opportunities to grab some points for themselves, where Gascans, they actually made that big giant push. They got a lot of kills, a lot of points, 25 total points overall, but we also cannot ignore the Rumblers, 19 points. That is 30 kills between two teams. And being honest, the Rumblers, their first initial push on Troglodytes that we saw, I was really worried because it looked like this was going to be another one of those games that Rumblers were coming in from the blue very, very late, took way too long to pull the trigger on when they needed to execute, except this time they didn't get deleted. They instead deleted the other team. Valley 8 put on a really good effort, got rid of Troglodytes, and then that run just kept rolling and rolling and rolling, and though they went out earlier than they would have wanted to, 4th place, that's still a really good run of things with the kill points in their pockets.
Rumblers finally having a good game. Synergy also having another good game is going to make a lot of Latin America happy. Moving up to 88 points, you can see Built by Gamers starting to get a little bit of people creeping up back behind him. Yoho now only 4 points, and then just 3 points back behind that is Synergy. Looking over to the right side, notice the climb coming up from Rumblers now moving closer and closer to shoot to kill after having their early out.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumblers are having a glow up, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're still at 50. So there's a lot of glowing that must still happen, I suppose, Cameron. But at the end of the day, what they just did is what we expect from them, right? There's a reason they're called the Rumblers and not the Chicken Chefs, because they're not a team that I think is going to specialize in taking home the win at the very end. They're best when they're just looking for fights. And I think we saw that, especially on a map that was not conducive to hiding. Like, that was starting on Circle 4, it was brutal.
Yeah, Circle 4 was the second we saw that it was going to be on that sort of corner of the field with those two little hills on the side of it. You could just tell it was going to be a very brutal game, which sort of makes Gascans and Synergy, the fact that they're able to get into that late game with so many members alive, a good achievement.
Absolutely. It was a great play by the Gas Cans. Their third party was incredible. A shout out to the Rumblers for how they played and to everyone else, because starting from 4 on, that was a very difficult circle for everyone out there to deal with. But I'll tell you what, let's see as we head back to Erangel if the next circles are going to be just as tough as these are. We're going to head over to our casters who know exactly how tough it can be to find some real estate. It is Porosaurus and Hypoc.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again to get ready for game number 2. We saw the Rumblers have a great performance in game number 1, Gas Cans as well, but they take the victory. We'll see if they can hold that trajectory here through our second game. Hypoc, that was an exciting game 1. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to be real.
I can't disagree with you. There was enough action there, at least towards the end of Circle 4, where a few teams actively looking to secure their position. But I gotta say, it's the usual suspects. I'm frustrated to see 22 pull out the way they did from that team fight, or not even be set up in a position to take one, as I said during the game. But it's things like that now, once that trend starts to build and it sort of becomes the expectations, teams are going to target you. They're going to see you in the kill feed. They're going to come hunting.
Yeah, I mean, you could say almost the same for Just Too Easy. I mean, they had fantastic position on the top of that Pachinki Hill and end up getting just swarmed from all sides. Sonics kind of kind of made short work of them, to be honest. And you know, Rumblers for coming the fact that Rumblers had what happened to them with Nootropic doing the camping out in the blue, and that they were able to rotate all the way way back around, come through Pachinki, make it up to the top of Pachinki Hill is just insane to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, for once, it's not Rumblers themselves being the reason they're late to a circle, right? So, at least in this scenario, they're in a position where, again, it was a heroic effort from Valier to turn that around. That was really a massive threat to their position. They come in late. They have a lack of information. So, a player clutching up like that, finding all four members of another team, it is huge for them. But actually building on that momentum, they carried that straight across. I felt like they kind of had a fire lit under them at that point. And it's rare we see Rumblers really hit that highest gear, right? We know they're capable. We've seen it a few times, but it's flaky, right? I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, and look, all credit where credit is due. Valiate has looked fantastic this weekend. Valiate in particular has looked amazing. We've seen him pull off some crazy stuff. And he's looking like he's definitely in the zone. I want to give credit to Waldo that time. I mean, while all that was going on with Valier, Waldo was kind of solo holding Just Too Easy on the top of that hill, keeping them from peeking. Now, you know, whether you could say it's just too easy, you know, like how hard is that? But he still did it. He still did it.
Yeah.
Don't hate me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Waldo did make the last stand there, but I think as well you got to credit Gascans for having the awareness and the confidence to make the move they did in the late game. Right, that takes a lot for a team to really take the initiative and wipe out Rumblers there. Because again, we were talking about it. Once that valley kind of clears and the circle pulls south, the team that's on that roadside has such wide open angles, and they have that hillside to still play off. They get a really good opportunity to close that game out.
Yeah,
like they can pressure all the teams that are left, kind of hanging onto a hay bale here and there. That hill towards the east is all but eliminated at that point. So Gascans absolutely make the right move there. You take nothing away from that.
No, absolutely. And, you know, in hindsight, looking back, once we saw a late game, you know, we were kind of questioning Synergy about why they didn't do the same thing to Gascans the Gascans did to Rumblers. Looking back, it looks like they only had one car. They had one Dacia to kind of work with after hiding out in that field for so long. So maybe just not having that opportunity to make that push, since they were a little bit already kind of spread out. So weren't able to respond as quickly in kind to Gascans as Rumblers was. And okay. Wow. Well, we saw a Primorsk circle during NA Regional that actually ended on Prim. Can we get another one?
Pansy in chat? No, she loves the Primorsk ending.
She does.
Doubtful.
She does. But, just go look at Comp subreddit, see what she's uploaded.
Top 3 Reddit posts of all time, by the way. But Gascan's definitely grinning after that previous game, and to see that pop for Circle 1. Now, the problem being, I hate a quarry circle, man. Like, I would rather have this end on West Coast or towards Primorsk. Like, the quarry circles are notoriously difficult to, I was going to say, find your way into. Honey Badger can't find his way into the first building, unfortunately. Waika Kamukau might have a point delivered to his front door here. Actually, no, there's a weapon on both sides. And one's actually got a weapon here, but Waika Kamukau tries to find the damage, has to peel away from that. All the pre-fire's good, though.
Look, the man's sitting here using an AK in 2022. Like, and this isn't a drop AK, because we saw him pull the same thing to win in the last game with that AK. Is the AK? Is it comeback time? Is it back? Are we AK PUBG again?
It's been a hot minute since we've seen an AK main, but might have one in the making.
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. So nice. Well, we wanted to take a little bit of time here to talk about possible favorable and unfavorable positions, and I did not consult you at all when making these selections. So I'm interested to see your takes.
Can't wait to disagree.
I will say, okay, for favorable position here, I love Corey. I absolutely, if you're there right now, if you can take it early and you can kind of take the north and south side, I think you get so much control. As long as you're able to prevent anybody from trying to make that crash into you, then, it's looking fantastic. But as far as unfavorable positions, I'm actually going to say Primorsk. Because trying to fight your way out of Primorsk, if the circle pulls away from Primorsk, it always seems to be a problem trying to cross that street, trying to cross that road. There's always somebody on both of those hills or down the road that's going to be making your life a living hell. What are your thoughts, Hypok? Am I insane? Am I crazy?
Of course, I'm going to counter that. I mean, come
Do
on.
it. I want it.
You put that out there. I hate playing Quarry, especially early on. Now, if you're just going to commit to one side or the other, then I'm okay with it. But the entirety of Quarry, I think it's too much to handle. It's very easy with some of the terrain around, especially early game, for a team to just send it in, right? And then you potentially have 4 people crashing onto, the lesser side of your setup, maybe even 2, potentially even 1 player holding on to one side of Quarry. It's just too much. I mean, looking out towards the warehouse on the east side, potentially just hold on to the north, like I said, maybe having that little leapfrog opportunity with the yellows just down in the field. I'm okay with that, but Quarry's just too much to handle at this point. And in this lobby in particular, I mean, we already see Sonic send it in here. There's a real chance that people do not want to come to this late. So you have those early desperation sends where you can feel very, very exposed.
Well, it looks like Synergy agrees with you. They're going to send Fisher and Parago shoot just off to the west. You actually could see them peacocking a little bit there. Both sides of the 2-2 split, shooting around, making sure that everybody knows that somebody's nearby. And you know what? Just to tack on to what you said, I will amend my statement. I will say that I like Quarry if you're playing the north side. I feel like the south side is
the turntables.
Look, hey, I feel we've seen it. We've seen it so many times. The south side is just too easy to crash. It's too easy to crash, and the fights there take too long.
Yes. And that's the thing. Yes, there's a window of opportunity to set up effectively, but Quarry's so hard to defend. That's a problem with it. And actually, so Young Kings take a knock there from SDK in the drive-by. I don't know what Flux is up to. It just seems to be a spectator at this point, hiding in plain sight. SDK going to pull up on this.
Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you? Rajuau already knocked. I think Penta waiting for some support to provide. Oh, nice flashbang.
That flash is perfect.
Beautiful stuff from SDK here. They got wiped on the bridge crossing in game 1, not wasting any time this time around as they clear out because Flux, though, still hiding out in that Jeep. I
don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it either because there's any number of things it could be. But right now, Flux is alive. Young King's still in it. That's all you need to know. Okay. Other fights going on here. Looks like Troglodytes are going to get picked down by Sonic's Mime, rocking the bullet hose. And he is sending every single one of those bullets.
And he's got no ammo left.
And I'm spent. Okay. This man just went through 100 rounds here in about 1 second. Okay, Mime. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I want to keep an eye on that because I don't know if that's something that Mime wants to be working with or if that's just what he got out of Ludi Pachinki and now he's trying to find something else.
It's important to know, again, at the 7-minute mark, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? So many teams do not want to leave it late here. And you look at where the cluster is, it is towards the west coast and probably towards the south side of Quarries. There's still a lot of space. The later in the day this comes, this is when you expect one of those desperation sends, right? Somebody will try and just thread the needle, find their way into Quarry. Cherry might find a little bit of damage here. That's you. Gas scans. Got to be careful. Why kick Kamuk out? What? How did Rusty Zero not find that knock?
Okay. All right. Well, why kick Kamuk out? Going to stay alive through that one. He's going to try to take out. Of course he does. Yeah. Of course
Obviously.
he does.
Obviously.
The man's insane. And I guess he's not AK boy because it looks like he picked up the barrel. Feels bad, man.
It's crazy. Gascan's doing this from the unfavorable position in this circle, Poro.
I hate you so much.
That is madness. They find themselves
really
3 kill
hate you.
points pretty early on here. little bit of breathing space, and an opportunity to cross that treacherous road you were talking about.
You know what? If they cross it now, it's fine. It's circle one. All right. The longer they stay in prim, the worse it's going to be for them. If they were in prim right now, they're still already creeping forward. So it's fine.
Actually,
it's fine. It still holds.
SDK actually are in the position to kind of ruin Gascan's game, right? Because that's the one choke point. If this circle does pull hard to the north or even center up, eventually SDK's position becomes that kind of crunch point, and it's so difficult. You can't pass that compound on the west or the east because you will run into just scattered teams, and that's when it does become treacherous, right? It's so difficult to get out Primorse late.
22 showing us. I mean, this is just PUBG Esports 2022, isn't it? Where you can make that full rotation on those hills and be fairly certain you're not going to run into anybody. I swear, a couple of years ago, you could never be able to do that. There was always multiple teams hanging out on those hills here. Oh, no.
Did he hit a tree, or did he try and pull up solo? Oh, 22. Oh, 22.
Well, the hills were fine. Maybe could have stopped there. But now they're pulling in.
He steals that. What?
Jeez. Okay, SDK. All right. Well, this is a perfect response from what happened. Look, a lot of teams, if what happened to SDK in game number 1 happened to them, they would absolutely be mentally tilted. It would take them a couple of games to kind of reset. But SDK, experienced, been around forever. They're just going to shake it off. They shake it off immediately, and now they're 4 up. They've got 5 kills already. A beautiful position in this circle as we wait and see for circle number 2. Okay. That's about where we would think it would go. It could have been a lot worse, man. It really could have been. Yeah,
it could. No team actually dedicated to Quarry right now. Whether or not that's on the back of some early work from Synergy. We were talking about peacocking in the early game, but Yahoo doing exactly what I was talking about, right? On circle pop, they're in vehicles, ready to find this space. They'll get themselves into the east side of Quarry.
Can't believe nobody would take that favorable position.
Well, it's crazy, right? Almost unbelievable.
Okay. Well,
Yahoo just comes in and they find the space at the right time. The thing is the timing is impeccable for them.
Beautiful.
To be in vehicles like ready for circle pop there, that's the sort of reward you get.
Here we go. Rumblers and Nootropic yet again. It looks like Rumblers this time, after doing a little bit of gatekeeping in the fields, they decide to just get inside circle and see if they can maybe take that high ground, make Nootropic's life a little bit more difficult. Meanwhile, the last members of 22, Haven and Haze 10, they're going to leave Primorse. They're going to send it across the hills again. They're going to find themselves running into the waiting arms of Yahoo. It looks like they should be able to take this sniper attack. This is a good spot to take if you're down to 2, right? If you can get it and hold it.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically protected by probably another 4-strong team that's looking to flex out. Whether or not they can find the information of this, like if 22 give away a knock, then I think they get cleaned up pretty quickly. Because you know full well that they're just going to stay there, dig their heels in and kind of rat this game out. Now, this is a really pivotal position late game. That Wizard Tower is so important for the Quarry team to control.
Looks like Yahoo knows it. They would love to be able to clear that out, but 22 doing a good job dropping the smokes off, making it difficult. They're dropping these smokes. They're saying, look, if you're going to try to push us here, it's going to take you a long time, and you don't have the kind of time to devote to it. But meanwhile, it looks like Bing Bang Boom just going to do the work for him. Roth picks up both of them, and now Bing Bang Boom has a little bit of control here. Look at that 2-2 split that Bing Bang Boom is in, though.
I mean, this is the thing. At this point, without any information, don't expect anybody to be hitting that warehouse. So I'm okay with it as long as they don't give away some information, give away a knock potentially, or Tropic actually find themselves a lot of space here. Whether or not they're going to be able to convert this to anything.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they play it.
I'm very curious because they have loads of space to kind of the northeast of the center of the circle, right? Nobody committed to Hillside just yet, and actually nobody on the east rotating in. So they have great access to a number of circles here, Poro.
Yeah, it's looking really nice for Nootropic, actually. If as long as Rumblers doesn't, coordinate and start pushing that sniper tower.
They control effectively 25% of the zone without knowing it, just with this split.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got the eye in the sky, so we can kind of see everything. You can see they're sending out Lamp a lot to see if anybody is going to shoot at him when he tries to see the field. If he can spot anybody, they're like, do we really have this much room? And it looks like they will, as Sonic's going to find a nice little crate for themselves. Worth noting that Dodge, they had the double drop over there on their compound. Did manage to get one crate, but one crate's still available as the circle does pop, and it's going to favor that. Go back to Nootropic. I mean, beautiful access.
The two things, actually, we already mentioned this. Gas cans now have to make that move we're talking about. STK will be the gatekeepers of the South, but that's split from BBB. That is, well, they're actually going to collapse pretty early on.
Yeah,
Penta might even be close enough to catch wind of that. BBB find themselves in a prime spot, receive a lot of damage from Dodge in the way in, actually. Just happening off screen right now, but like they will give up a knock. STK poking south. Find a little bit of damage onto Waikika, who is a little bit disconnected from the rest of the gas cans.
I think this might be gas cans just trying to get information about the spots that STK is holding here. Now that they're having to push out of that unfavorable position in Primorsk with this circle, it's going to be a little
really
bit
hate to see it
for him.
At this stage of the game. That is really unfortunate for it. But the thing is, earlier on, they have the kill feed info, right? STK did put shots into 22. They stole a kill as well. So Gascans know who they're up against. Now, I don't really want to see them explore, as the crow flies north into this circle. There's a lot of space towards the west, which, again, timing-wise, I think that window's closed. And a little bit of space to the east with BBB collapsing or actually regrouping at the warehouse. It looks as if Gascans are going to run straight into this.
Oof.
This could be a bloodbath down on the south.
Yeah, Sonics will lose Tiggleton as they try to regroup around God Compound. United just keeping eyes on all of that, but now they're going to hear the vehicles of Underdogs off to the northwest. Meanwhile, the push coming through as gas cans finally have to do something about STK. Alo going to get knocked very low. The rest of STK up on the hill. Alo holding strong, though, but he's going to go down. Greg Shot can take it down. Waikika Mukau is going to take down Greg Shot, though. That's not the time that you want to have that mistake happen here. As Purdy Curdy will lay the Molotovs down, try to create some time, create some space for himself. So maybe he can either reposition, wait for the rest of the boys to get here, and the cavalry has arrived as STK is trying to wrap on this. Look at Nico's position, though.
Nico's almost removed from this fight, though. If Kurt and Penta can move quick enough here. Actually, the flash comes through. It's perfect from Kurt. Actually, I think he dropped an aid in the kitchen.
No. He did. Explosions everywhere as Luke 12 is going to have to stop down to heal up down to 3 HP. There's still one alive for gas cans, and he's still kicking. Waikika Mukau, the Aussie battle taking place right now. Luke 12 trying to see if he can survive as STK is kind of falling apart on this hold. Waikika Mukau will flush out Penta. The blue has arrived, though. STK 7 kills in the bag. Can they finish this off? Another grenade comes through. Waikika Mukau will find Luke 12.
At what cost, though? I got to say, if gas cans move a little earlier there, they get themselves much better access into the circle. Now with it posting, it looks even worse for them.
Oof.
A little bit of an uncharacteristic decision there early on. I guess maybe thinking they might catch more rotates on the south, but you look at how savvy they were in the previous game in terms of being receptive to that information around them. This one, a little rough, to be honest. 30 seconds left now until this moves in, and they haven't got an awful lot to move to. Might be able to find themselves a little rat spot inside Quarry, but heading any further than north seems like a bit of a gamble, to be honest with you. A blind send, almost.
Sure does. Underdogs hop back into the vehicles. Looks like I don't think they even spotted out Sonics, but they're going to try to wrap around them. Point out that Corsac Valiator have actually put themselves in this position up to the north. Trinity will go down. Nice shots from Armatax as Sonics will clear up what's left of Underdogs. A bad read on the positioning of Sonics there for Underdogs, and they end up paying the price for it. United has heard all this going down. We'll see if they decide to push out. Rumblers also looking over in that direction. Meanwhile, Dodge make their way into the southeastern part of the circle. They know that BBB is inside the warehouses. Let's see if they position themselves to do a little gatekeeping.
Actually, as well, I'm looking towards Nootropic and Rumblers on the north.
Yeah.
As Rumblers do try and head south now, Nootropic need to make something of their space, their freedom they've had through the early game as United actually do look to close the gap onto Sonics. They did find a knock onto H-Win in the fray here. You can see he's still down on flat top, so it's only Mime and Shrimsy left to hold down God Compound, and that's a lot of space to defend as just a duo.
And they're very, very split right now as well, so they can't really provide a whole lot of support for each other. As Flood will find the grenade right on top of Mime's head. Shrimsy out in the blue, the last remaining member up for Sonics. Looking around at the map to see if anybody's thinking about itching to third party this. It looked like Rumblers might have been, but Nootropic makes the push onto them, and they're going to find 2 knocks. And I think that's Corsac all by himself in the smoke. You see Los off in the distance. See if he can provide any support at all here. Corsac just going to keep that smoke going, try to drag this fight out as long as he can.
I don't think Corsac's got much of a chance. No, later, going to post a nade inside. Lost will find a knock, but you have to recover fairly comfortably here. Actually, Dodge looking to flex north all the way onto the hillside here. That's all the way from the compound down on the east side. I think Dodge have found the space we were talking about that favored Nootropic so heavily early on.
It really did. And Nootropic opting instead to play the compound, play it slow, and now they've lost that high ground spot to Dodge, and they might pay the price for it here as United. A little bit of blue damage. The circle will pop over that direction. Los will find himself in the dead center by himself. We've seen solo Los quite many times, but I mean, Nootropic, they had that opportunity.
I want to see Cherry and Mirage head north immediately.
Yeah.
Like, guns away, full sprint, because these are freebies right now, especially with the circle closing in already. Colton's still down. They're trying to get this res. Hello Senpai tagged up. Dodge need to defend this position.
And the United starting to wrap over in this direction as well. Yeah. Nootropic in a lot of trouble right now. They've got Dodge overlooking them. Fortunately, it's not a full Dodge just yet, but it looks like Cherry has arrived. Mirage has been left behind to watch the south side of Dodge so they can kind of take this overview spot. We'll see if United can find an angle. The smoke's just being laid down, and they're working around the edges right now. No shots just yet. Got to get that reload, Relo.
Click. I think he felt as if he had a freebie there as well.
You don't have.
How have United got in front of Nootropic here?
I don't know. The smokes. I mean, Nootropic had to do a little bit of a reset, and they've been kind of slow. They've just been really, really slow about after finishing off Corsac, and now it's United's just in this beautiful position. And this is a United just being super, super aggressive, not taking a spot inside the circle, rather cleaning up whatever points might remain on the outside, and they are doing it effectively.
Finn is so deep on this as well. He's got 2 teammates up at the top of the hill. Mirage is still over on the east side of the circle, by the way. Nowhere near this. I'm not sure why Dodge aren't sending all their resources to make sure that nobody makes it in from the north and make sure that they can clear up all of these kill points. I feel like they've let a few of these slip through their fingers.
They are. It feels like they are so nervous about BBB trying to wrap around on their south side, and they've left Mirage. His only job is to make sure that BBB doesn't start wrapping up here. But now that the circle is starting to collapse, it looks like BBB might be doing just that. Meanwhile, Relo and Kickstart will survive, just hiding behind the US for right now. It's kind of slowed down a little bit. No shooting happening just yet, but it looks like Synergy and Yaho might be fighting over near Quarry very shortly. And also looking at Bing Bang Boom. What are they going to decide to do? So far, they've just been holding down the line.
You know, this is where Mirage's play, I guess, pays dividends, right? Forward thinking, but Dodge have themselves the majority of the circle here and the high ground. There's another situation where I want to see Dodge stack up, approach one team fight at a time, and make sure they have everything accounted for, because it's a 3-man BBB push up here. Mirage will take first contact. We'll put a little bit of damage on it. We'll actually find the knock onto Oldless. That's important. Dodge should collapse on this now.
There you go, Mirage. And it looks like they're going to try to do that. Ethan and Finna a little bit behind. They're trying to make their way down here as quickly as they can. Cherry going out towards the edge of the circle. You can see him going for that wrap, trying to find a different angle. Bing Bang Boom does get the res up. They'll get back up to 4 strong. Sharpshot, who was watching what was going on over at Quarry, is now joined the rest of the team, so this will be a full 4v4 fight, but they do have to be quick about it. You can see the circle has popped, and it's going to go away from them. It's the other fight that we were waiting for.
Yeah, this is the other one I had my eyes on. Do Yahoo force the issue here with the circle? They basically have circle advantage here, but they want to take the fight early. Shinboy and Punij will find knocks. Fisher now has to hit the ground. Really going to have a say in this one.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, just misses the res as well.
Mm-hmm. This is Synergy looking just not the same Synergy. It feels like they're intimidated almost. They're being very meek about this fight. As you can see, Sparking has gone down. Punij had a beautiful angle from inside the circle with that high ground, but he has to be careful. You can see Los has definitely spotted him out. Meanwhile, Dodge and Bing Bang Boom have split off from each other. Bing Bang Boom will let him go down the south. There we go. Pippa will step up and he will get the work done. And that is 3 down for Yahoo. Punij now the last one up. Synergy. I was just mocking him a little bit
Willed
for being
into
a little
existence.
bit meek. And there it is. He's stepped up in a huge way, and that's the Synergy we want to see.
Will be the victors of the south and the west side, effectively. Last one's remaining from Quarry. Lost HD still prone in the valley here. Dodge. Actually, effective crowd control. I was ready to criticize it, but they find another kill steal here. Keenan will fall, bringing BBB to 2 members. Dodge arguably in the power position now. Ragnar actually from distance will find Mirage, but they should be able to get that res comfortably. I'm intrigued to see actually what the sight lines look for Dodge with what's left in this circle. Lost has to pull some trigger. That's unfortunate.
It went right for him, and he did some damage.
Pippa heard that, man.
Let's go, Pippa.
Ooh,
He's wasting.
he wanted it.
Come on,
He
Fisher,
wanted
come
it,
on,
man.
Come on. What are you doing? Stop looting. Get over here. We got things to do.
I think Fisher's actually called him back here. You can see here on the minimap
Yeah.
that they feel as if they have the high ground to play.
They do. They have a nice little spot up here to worry about, and now they have a full read on where Bing Bang Boom is. They know where Dodge is. Just Too Easy has just been vibing over in this compound for quite some time. They picked up 2 kills. They've gotten a few knocks off of it as well, but everybody knows exactly where they are. So as soon as they have to leave, they're going to be in some big trouble.
Yeah, I got to say, this is the circle that they should have made a move, to be honest with you, because you got to argue the net. Yeah, well, there you go.
There you go.
I was going to say, you got to argue the next one. They're not going to be in it. Interested to take a look at their vehicles because, yes, they're going to be able to make some sort of transition here, but look at it. There's nothing to play into. At this point, you almost want control of terrain. You don't want to be the one stuck in the compound that have to make a move now.
All right,
where do you send it to? Do they send it south?
I think you got to send it to Kickstart. They know he's by himself over there, and there's already a vehicle over there. They can make themselves a nice little fort, and that looks like what they're going to do as they send it. Kickstart.
No way. No way.
They drove right past him. Oh.
They pull up on Dodge.
Okay. All right. This, you know what? This is doable. This is work withable. You got high ground. You know exactly where Dodge is, and now they have circle prio position. So Dodge is actually going to be the ones with the blue at their backs, and with Bing Bang Boom at their back. So I don't hate this from Just Too Easy. They got to know Kickstart's there though.
Yeah. Well, I'm not seeing the player icons point that direction, which makes me very, very concerned.
They know he's around here somewhere because they were the ones that took out the second to last United member. Kickstart actually left that spot though. Dodge gonna have to send it right in, and they're gonna find it. They get away with it. Cherry gets knocked, and Finna gets knocked very low, and now here Just Too Easy gonna try to see if he can get some of this, and he will. Fisher's still alive for Synergy as well. Dodge had to send it somewhere. They push it right into Bing Bang Boom, but they're paying the price.
But Ethan's still up on the high ground here. And it's actually Synergy that's going to lay on the damage onto Dodge. Oh, this utility coming in. Ragnar going to find one, going to find the flush as well onto Ethan. Just Too Easy now poised to close this game out.
Oh, I couldn't have asked for better if you're Just Too Easy. You didn't spot him, low kicks. Look back down there. There's 2 alive still. They're in the smoke. You can see it. He's going to loot up Ethan, see if he can get any more utility off of it. They know the Kickstart's out there somewhere. Kickstart's just, you know what? Fine, vibe. I'll take second place. I'm happy with that. We'll take that. Cherry does get spotted out. Mirage going to hide it as long as he can inside those smokes.
Kickstart just opened up.
Oh, Kicky. Land some damage. They'll get the flush onto Cherry as Mirage going to try to... Oh, Mirage! He's going to find low kicks. These guys, these solos are not going out without a fight, and Just Too Easy needs to be careful here, or they're going to find themselves losing a very, very winnable situation.
We're going to post up here, actually. No way. There's no way he wins this, right? Kickstart able to break line of sight for the time being. You can't punish the res, so it will be a full-on 1v4. Members are just too easy. Look in the wrong direction right now. Kickstart might be able to isolate a 1v1 or two.
Yeah, they lost him. Kickstart on the move.
Surely
once
not.
again.
Surely not, Poro, right?
They can't. You can't push over this as a one.
They think he's down to the south, the west, sorry. They're convinced.
Just keep an eye on those little Doritos. See exactly where Just Too Easy's looking. All right, he's going to find low kicks. Doesn't get the flush just yet. He would love to get that point, but Netja will get him before he can get it, and that's Just Too Easy with an 8-kill victory.
They close out. Again, the passive play. This is a difficult. It's not really a kill-heavy circle here, especially when it pulls to the north side, and that those yellows ultimately become a safe space for the time being, but you're not really accounted for too much there. You don't have too much of a say in terms of the fights that break out towards the end game. So can't really fault them for that. They made the right move. I was concerned they'd left it a little too late, but that wrap onto Dodge's Hill paid off massively.
Yeah, no, it was a perfect wrap, and again, you got to say, like, yes, they got a compound. Nobody pressured them for quite some time ever. I think it was more of a result of all that fighting going on with the United and Dodge and Nootropic and Rumblers all on the north side cleared out. Kind of anybody who would have maybe pressured Just Too Easy's compound got cleared out by that. So in the end, they play it safe, they play it quiet, they play it slow, and they get the victory. It'll help them jump up a little bit on the leaderboard, but they've got a lot more work left to do.
They need more than a jump. They need they need
Leap.
a couple more of those games, to be honest with you.
Just a few. But you know what? They win this one, and that's what matters right now. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will wrap up game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Game number 2 is through, and while Dodge looked like they were in a good position to pull it out, they are unable to. It's Just Too Easy comes through. This is a team that some thought would be a surprise and be able to perform here. They got off to a slow start. Maybe this is their moment, the beginning of their come up. We saw it from the Rumblers last time around. Maybe it's the day for the underdogs. Well, definitely not for the underdogs. But let's take a look back at the last match. Sorry. Highlights.
Well, yeah, highlights. Anyway, moving on from that, Gas Can's getting a couple of kills. But this playing around Primorsk and Quarry, Matt, we all know, can be a little difficult. It's not nearly as complicated as, say, the end of the previous game or even having any sort of split circle. But there's still very drastic dynamic up-down positionings that you need to worry about.
And it's so complicated because you really don't want to move into Quarry because, you know, you're probably going to have to move out of it. And it's so complex trying to make your way up and around inside that area. So you end up with these firefights and these desperation plays coming in a lot. Specifically the hills that are just to the northeast of that is where we saw so much of our action. But that's also why you saw a lot of these teams just going, okay, it's just time to fight because there's nothing else we can do.
Yeah, like this fight here, Synergy, I think actually played their exit from Quarry pretty well. You also got to give a big shout out to Pippa with these shots right here. Like, I know yesterday for Synergy was a little slow compared to game 1, but still compared also with Fisher winning that 1v1 on day 1, like Synergy do have a lot of pop-off moments that don't look like they're really going to be slowing down.
Oh, Dodge.
Okay,
sending
Matt,
it
do
down into the dip, trying to get something
Matt.
out of it. Oh, they do manage to get a little bit of damage inflicted. Hop out, they do take him down, but then it's just a carry around. You gotta give it to Kickstart, though. He survived for quite a long time as a solo, tries to go for the points, does manage to get it, and then goes down.
Couldn't quite hold a Vinny, unfortunately, but 18 points for Just Too Easy. It's not going to be enough to really skyrocket them out of their position, but hey, it's a start.
It is a good start, and I think that, you know, at this point, I don't know if it's about skyrocketing so much as like building back this idea that maybe you've got what it takes. And there's still a lot of games left to play, Matt. I'm not going to pass too many judgments just yet, but it did feel to me a little bit like Dodge kind of handed that win to them more so than Just Too Easy taking it.
Oh, we can deep dive that one in just a second. While we're looking at the overall here, I mean, I got comments, but we'll see how much time we got for them. I do want to give a shout out though. We are starting to see more and more of a climb coming up from Just Too Easy. Now moving into New Tropic, catching up to them, and just a little bit after that's going to be the Rumblers. Do you want to jump over Underdogs, Chocolatitas, and Young Kings? I mean, they're starting to string some points together, and that's good to see.
It's not just after New Tropic are the Rumblers. We're seeing a nice, slow drop-off of points, nice linear line, only like 2 points here, 3 points there, until you hit 22 Esports, then like a 10-point drop to the Rumblers, then another 10-point drop down to New Tropic. That's where their huge break points are between 10th and 12th place.
Hey, they start from the bottom, man. They're working their way up. I respect it.
Let's take a second to go back to that top of the show moment when we kind of went through teams to watch. I think and touch base with them and see how we're doing just a little bit. Synergy, I think, is about average. We've seen some okay moments from them. Matchroom, you said you wanted to keep an eye on Yoho. I'm going to assume that they're living up to the hopes and dreams that you had for them. I want to go back to New Tropic, though, Cameron. Couple games in, you said you wanted to keep an eye on them. What's your take on these guys right now?
Can we just blame the circle and be done with it?
It was a bad circle, like to both. Yeah, no, I'm into it. You want to go that way?
I don't think that they're performing terribly, right?
Okay.
It's just, you know, I said that they still need to get like their fights cleaned up a little bit. They're putting themselves in good position. I still am not like taken aback by how they're rotating into these circles and around these phases. So I think the fact that you're coming to me after only 2 games and seeing results is a little presumptuous. You got to give it a little more time.
We'll
give it
you know
time.
what? I don't want to throw a wrench into the system, so let's just put a timeout on that, and we'll go to you, Matt, to talk about Dodge. I know you wanted to say you had a little deep dive in you. Let's get to it.
Okay. Dodge, I love you. I know that we had a lot of hopes for you last year. We've got a big remake that's kind of come through, and the problem that we're seeing is whenever we get into these later stages, you're always trying to go for the Circle 7 firefight, but surrendering Circles 5 and 6. This last game is a perfect example of that. If you'd held down a little bit more and controlled what was going on, you wouldn't allow BBB to get right underneath of you. Instead, leaning into that passivity, hoping that other teams will intersect and there'll be edge fighting that you don't have to contend with on your high ground, is what spelled you to have a problem there. If you'd been a little bit more aggressive, if you'd forced other teams to fight and controlled that area just a little tighter, you probably would have been in the prime position to walk away with a victory there.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a big part of it. The rotations were just felt slow and a little bit awkward. But it could have been, I think, Cameron, you mentioned, can we blame the circles? The reality is we've seen 2 games today. This last circle was brutal on the first jump, massive shift down to the south where Primorsk was. And the one before, there was just no cover. It was a centralized circle in game 1, but it was not a typical circle. How much credit at this point? I mean, teams should just be expecting to have horrible circles, it seems like.
There's always going to be, like, not everyone's going to have a great circle. Sure, the last 2 that we saw, especially game number 1, is even worse than usual, but there's never going to be a circle that all 16 teams are going to have a good position. That's sort of the beauty of this game, is, and why we play so many games. The thing is with Dodge, though, it would be one thing if they were struggling to finish off games, but they were getting a bunch of kills with an aggressive play style. They're sort of falling behind on the kill levels as well. So if I want to follow through on what Matt was saying as the main criticism of them, it's almost like they need to decide, do they want to be macro rotational based like we've seen Synergy do, like we've seen 22 do in the past, or do they want to basically try and emulate the Sonics who are going out getting a bunch of kills, and if they end up in the late game, that is almost more like happenstance secondary than a primary goal. It's like they're caught in between 2 decisions.
Now, let's dig a little bit deeper. We have a couple of minutes. We're waiting for the last teams to get into that lobby, and as soon as it's ready, I promise we'll jump into it and talk, Matt, a little more about maybe the end of that match. So you kind of dug into Dodge and sort of the mistakes that they made there. Just Too Easy was sort of hanging out on the fringe. They had their compound, but they got very active once they realized that sort of Dodge had given up the spot. It looked to me like they took the end game into their own hands, and I'm not sure if we've seen them do that before.
Well, that's kind of been what we've been seeing with these hill fights. If we look back to the other Erangel fight where it was along the hillsides, we had very open areas that had to be traversed, and in order to counter that, people were using vehicles and just kind of sending it into different areas, getting control over. Whenever you have the prime real estate spot, I would say, inside of these types of circles, you have to make sure that you're asserting that influence. And if you don't, other teams, like in this case, Just Too Easy, are going to try to assert their dominance and take that from you, or strike the moment. We always talk about it inside of PUBG. Third party fiesta, fourth party fiesta. If you're the team that's not defending well enough and somebody encroaches onto your prime real estate, guess what? That third party is going to come after you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just Too Easy's difficulty has never been getting kills and like cleaning up late game and taking over positions of control. It's always been getting to the late game in the first place. They have so many 16th place finishes that it's absolutely ridiculous. They get a couple of kills on the few rare occasions that they can get to the late game. It's just they have to get there in the first place. If they do, then we can see more of what we saw from the previous game.
That makes sense. We're used to seeing teams where we talk about how good they are early and they take fights, but they can't finish. This seems like a bit of a shift, and Just Too Easy finally shows us exactly how they finish. We'll see how they finish up our last Erangel match of the day as we prepare for number 3. We're going to send it over to the 2 best mics on this broadcast. It is Hypoc and Porosaurus.
See, I liked that one, Steve. I was a big fan of that one. 2 best mics on the broadcast. By God, I love it. We're the only 2 mics on this broadcast, but hey, you know what?
Sorry, production. We take that one.
Well, we're 2 games in, Hypoc, and we saw Just Too Easy now getting a victory. Look, still looking at the leaderboard, all right? We're talking about, you could go down to STK, who's all the way, I believe, in, what are they, 10th now?
Something like that, yeah.
But they're still 9th or 10th, but they're still like 1 game out of first. I mean, this lobby is so close.
Dude, I was looking at it, and to think we're coming up on the halfway point tonight, that cluster at the top, like literally, I remember having the conversation, what was it, at the end of day 1, we were talking about, one of these teams potentially, one of the bigger teams, maybe their wins are usually double-digit kills, pretty comfortable, and almost those point sponge sort of games. Now it's even worse. Like if these top teams keep trading equal games and nobody's really coming out with a win, this gets worse and worse, because actually if a 10th place team, or even down to 12th or 13th potentially with a massive game, it throws them right up in the mix. It's actually really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where we're looking at, coming into 2022, you're looking at Shoot to Kill, you're looking at Sonics, obviously, you're looking at United now, maybe even you stretch it as far as Gas Cans, Bing Bang Boom, all of these rosters that look like they're extremely capable of just grabbing a hold of the tournament and just running away with the thing and getting themselves a huge point leads where it's just a battle for second place. But nobody's done that. Nobody's done that yet. And do you think that's just rust, maybe from the break?
Maybe. I mean, this is very much an event for teams to dip their toes back once again, getting back to, I guess, a more comfortable lobby, especially when you talk about the teams that have come back from PGC. And then you saw on top of that, there's some of these new rosters or some of these teams that have had a roster shuffle here and there, whether it be one player or completely new. But this is a big positive for the region, honestly, particularly the Americas side of things, to see some different names in the mix, right? We were talking about the real lack last year of somebody kind of getting themselves into that the top three, that coveted top three in North America at least. Now we've probably got 2 or 3 you could make an argument for, and this first event is the one to set the precedent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this thing sets the tone for the whole year, right? And we got a little bit of a technical difficulty getting this next game started, but there's your kill leaders overall so far. The triumphant return of Cherry Poppins, 23 kills, leading the pack right now. And look at this. We haven't talked about Sonics, it feels like it forever, because they're just not doing the sexy Sonics thing that they normally do in an American lobby. But they're eating. Taking Shrimsy's still eating.
Yeah, you could say. I mean, there is actually one stat that Tiggleton is leading, and he's the most rezzed player in the entire lobby right now. So, if he's not the top of the kills or damage maybe, then he's at least leading the pack on one. But decent representation here for Dodge. That's a real positive, a big tick in the box for.
Absolutely.
Again, I don't want to say a household name, but an old name now within Americas at least. And actually, it's Shrimsy to find the top of the damage leaders actually. And interestingly enough, neither Cherry or Ethan represented here.
Yeah, I mean they're getting their kills, maybe not the damage so much. Honey Badger up there as well. Oldless from Bing Bang Boom, Snakers to join the Sonics boys in the damage charts, all over 3K. So I mean, these guys are ADR farming throughout these games, even if they end up going out a little bit earlier than maybe we would. If you're a Sonics fan, maybe you would like them to. We haven't seen them in the win column just yet, but they're still doing their thing, man.
They are, yeah. It's important for, I guess, teams like that to still remain active, right? You might call it ADR, fine, whatever. These are teams that thrive on kind of outputting that pressure. Yeah. So at least they're kind of still sticking to the MO in that regard.
Yeah, and maybe it's maybe call it a hangover from the break, call it whatever you want to. I'd like to think that maybe this is you've played MC format for a year, right? And now you kind of have that. Everybody was so excited to get back to what they're used to, where they can kind of go out and get those high kill farming kind of games and still be able to do that. But it's been a little bit of a slow slog. Do you think that maybe it's hangover from MC?
I definitely think you can allow sort of that unrusting period, right? You go back to basics, or at least go back to comfort zones for some teams. I mean, United, a good example. I think that roster, when you look at it on paper, they're a team that should thrive in the format change.
Sure,
and you can make an argument they already have, but the ceiling is much higher than what we're seeing them achieve already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say the same thing about Gas Cans, really. I mean, that was kind of a team that I was looking at going into yesterday. The addition of Waikik and Mukau. I mean, North America in particular brought in 2 more Australians. And anytime you bring in an Aussie, it seems like it just jacks things up a little bit. But it's kind of surprising to me that Luke 12 and Tiggleton, Tig obviously in the kill charts, but it seems like he's dying early a lot, man.
Yeah, and that stuff. I think I remember actually it was there was a couple of games where Shrimsy was the first to fall as well. At least those are the 2 names that stick out. But I think as well that particularly coming across to the finals, you made the comparison to group stages. I think Sonics have tidied up a couple of the issues I saw in the early game, so I'm not necessarily concerned about that. They're still tracking, and again, this is another team you definitely put in under that umbrella. If they have one good game or one of those Sonics games, you're looking at a 15 to 20 kill win, right? And that's a big swing right now in terms of the leaderboard.
It's all getting back to what you're used to, right? Like it's going to take a little bit of time, not only for these teams, for the IGLs, for them to figure out how to get back into this points format where they can be more aggressive and not worry so much about getting these wins. To not only figure out how they want to play around that, but figure out how every other team in the lobby is going to play around that as well. And so I don't have any. I don't have any concerns, is what I'm trying to say here. Even if SDK is sitting a little bit low, Rumble is sitting a little bit low, some of these teams, Trogloditas, I'm not as worried about them sitting low right now as I would be if, next tournament, PCS 6, when we start getting into that's when you maybe start being a little bit more concerned.
Yeah. I was actually looking over, there was some stats that just stood out to me, and this was just kind of whilst we were in between games here. Just last year averaged like nearly 1,000 damage a game in the games they played. You're just not seeing that level of activity again. I don't think it's really. I mean, it's difficult to really get a grasp on exactly what's going wrong, whether or not they've just completely lost touch with the macro game. But we're not seeing them even be as active as they used to be, and that's a concern, really. It's. Yeah, you can focus in on the points itself, but when you actually look at it game by game, they're just not looking like themselves, honestly.
Well, and I almost want to say, as we get a very vanilla circle, about the most vanilla circle as we've seen in this tournament, I almost want to say it seems like in the early part of the year, right? All the teams that we talk about roster moves and switching players over, but it seems like those honeymoon periods for these teams that are making these big changes, they kind of show themselves here in the early part of the year, whereas the teams that are staying the same, your teams like SDK, Sonics, Trogloditas, they stay the same, and there's not that oomph, there's not that honeymoon period, there's not that quick infusion of excitement that you're used to seeing, and maybe it just kind of takes time to get them back into the swing of things, get back to how they used to be playing.
This is the sort of team you really do look for them to have, like that one game that maybe is just the catalyst, right? The thing for them to pin their hopes on turning things around on. But let's see, actually find themselves in George.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Is this a remake? This has got to be a remake, right?
It's got to be.
Lobby bugged. Somebody DC'd. What's the rule? 10%, right?
I kid you not. I think this might be the third time I've seen SDK actually get to loot up in South George since regionals. Like, it has just been, the plays have been absolutely brutal for them as far as doing their normal drops. So good to see them getting the opportunity to kind of play this out as they would normally like to, as we check in with Sonics looting up a Pachinki, creeping out a little bit here. Looks like Shrimsy should stop before he gets closer to Roth, though. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Making an early play to hold on to this, maybe. It's just about reaching the 3.5 minute mark, so should have a relative amount of freedom here at least.
I mean, look at it. Yeah, he's ready to fight, man. He's got his level 2 everything. He's gonna pull his second gun.
I was just looking. I was looking to see if anybody from BBB even have sight lines down this way, or whether or not they're even going to prioritize this. To be honest with you, where they are and this Circle 1 posting.
Ooh, looks like they got more
really
important things to worry about.
West, yeah, actually, it's just too easy. Off to the north here, Roth. Dancing with fire, I've got to say it here, just driving around, maybe trying to bait a few shots to get a feel.
On a rescue mission. Oldless got kind of separated.
Oh, yeah,
from the rest of the team.
Yeah, didn't even spot that.
And they've got rumblers creeping down from the north as well. So we might be seeing some early fighting earlier than pretty much anybody, I would imagine. Any of these teams would want to start getting involved, but that's the way the cookie has crumbled. As we see, Roth does rejoin Oldless. He does have rumblers just off to the north. You can see there on your mini map as Los and Waldo creeping down in that general vicinity, but it looks like everybody should be okay for now.
If that's the case, yeah, Rumblers did send out a few shots. You saw Los HD just poking with the mini.
Posturing. Just making himself
posturing.
look big. Yeah. Let him know. I've got a DMR.
Fearful of the minis. Think they hear that ring out. They're like, guys, turn back. Don't mess with them.
Look, man, I think there's a lot of players in this lobby after PGC are always going to just have nightmares of getting hard peaked by Ming 3-tap to the forehead. I mean, the international lobbies definitely put the fear in you and let you know how good teams have gotten at this game over time, and they love to bring that back into their regional lobbies. We'll see how it plays out here as most of our teams have made their way in. We still have Built by Gamers down on Military Island having to make their way over. We're going to keep an eye on 22 as they're split around that bridge area. We'll see if that cross will be easy for them.
Sonics did position outside of Pachinki. Underdogs will, I guess, to an extent, backfill them here, whether or not they're going to look any further into the circle. Sonics have a good setup on this, though, with 2 now to the north side. Mime and H went out to the east. Mime actually, I think, positioning Grandma's Alphas, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, where you're casting from, conveniently.
Yeah, no, thanks, Vegas. Shout out. Shout out. Glad you're surviving more than 2 minutes into the game this time. Real happy about that. Nikos, what happened, buddy? Yeah, he's fine.
I'm not sure how you get knocked there. Was that maybe a fat finger?
Yeah, it happens. It happens. At least it wasn't his own teammate. It seems like gas cans have been running into that issue a little bit here today.
Hey, what was it? Is it why can Mikko and Greg have both shot each other now?
Yeah.
In the middle of a fight.
A little friendly vengeance, we'll call it.
They're just that fired up, man. They're just catching strays. Like
They are. I mean, hey, that's a fragging team, man. That's a fragging team, and they are ready to send bullets downrange at just about anybody, even if it's their own teammates. Curiously enough, Gascan's the only team north of the river right now, and it looks like that might stay that way. I was looking to see if SDK might try to go north, but Gascan's going to have that whole northern side of themselves for the most part, it looks like.
our gamers will find themselves a little bit of space now across the East Bridge. 22 have made some move to the north. But I don't expect Build by Gamers really to stop and scout too much of this. They just want to make sure they have safe passage of Milta. So 22 probably going to settle for something on the east side, maybe a little north of Shelter. They've got to be cautious of E United, actually, because they're here pretty late. And they're playing split, almost in an attempt for a rotation trap here. Yoho actually positioned just a little further to the west of them. Looks like Haven is actually headed up towards the top half of a United split.
Definitely
really
slow
interested,
running.
really interested to see where 22 end up here. I was just looking at it thinking, what's their end goal? Because they're literally almost wrapping each side. They're headed towards Heaven.
Looks like United may have spot that out, but meanwhile, Young Kings, they're trying to find a home in this circle. You saw Synergy starting to creep up onto
here you go, look.
Underdogs. Yeah, and this was exactly what we're looking at. United leave Flood by himself in Heaven over here. They're going to take the shots over at Kickstart. That's going to let everybody on United know that there's a full squad here. We'll see if 22, are they going to, I think.
Well, this could be.
They don't want it.
I was going to say, it could be disastrous if 22 try and fight for this, because I see Relo and Snakers to the south in vehicles now headed this direction. Yoho actually will dip out of the eastern side of their split and will regroup, so just avoiding any sort of conflict there.
Yeah, some kind of mind games almost going on there between United and 22. Only a few shots fired, nothing really landing, but both teams really kind of influencing how the other play. We'll keep an eye on that on the mini-map. Keep in mind, you can find that over on twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map here as Young Kings will try to make a rotation just past Nootropic. Nootropic, good to see them inside the circle and not gatekeeping rumblers for once. This time they're going to be taking their talents over towards Young Kings.
And no real firefight ensues, though. See, Dodge, they're pretty split as well. I'm a little concerned at some of these setups for Circle 1. Maybe just being in position here to play off a number of pops.
There we go.
It pulls up towards Yasnaya. That southwestern side of Rumbler's split looking real juicy right now.
And we were, if you guys have been noticing in the chat, we've been talking a lot about these favorable and unfavorable positions in these circles. Circle 1 popped. You can't do it. You almost can't do it in this circle because there are so many favorable and unfavorable positions in that first circle. But now that the circle has shifted, it's gone up to the northeast. You're going to have Yaz involved. You have Razak on the outskirts. But right in the dead center is where we're going to find BBB, Volcano, Rumblers just off to the north. We'll see if they're able to actually reconnect, but they've now got Gas Cans and 22 in between them. And we'll see if Gas Cans and 22 decide to square off here.
Well, 22 definitely don't want to take a fight now that they're as compact. This is notoriously difficult to hold on to, but elsewhere, Synergy and the Underdogs get into it. Baragua actually will fall pretty early on here, but the trade comes through. See if Fisher can confirm or find anything else. 8 over the top, only going to do a bit of damage here. Do Synergy force the issue, though? It's as if they want to. There's a flank open to the right side of the screen, though.
Looks like Capitan tried to go for the flank. Nice shots for Fisher. We'll find HVZ. He gets knocked very low. He's going to have to pull back down, but Pippa has his back. Capitan holding that low spot. Keep in mind, he has been spotted out. He can't hard peek that without expecting some return fire. Looks like Pippa will go the other side around here. They'll try to get a full wrap. Fisher gets knocked again. Actually, no, he just gets knocked after getting knocked very low. So now Synergy
Capitan's
in a little bit of a
move.
tough spot. Capitan going to try to come up here and join his teammate. Oh, don't go, don't. That US was so close to hitting Pippa.
That was nearly a scoom.
Oh,
Scoom
no.
right there.
That would have been really bad here. Okay, Pippa trying to hold the low side here. We'll spot out Dean Zera and get that knock on the low man. The smoke comes through, though. Will prevent that flush from coming out. Meanwhile, in the feed, you can see Sonics also dealing with Nootropic. It looks like they've cleaned that up and will get themselves a spot while Synergy resets.
Problem is, this is taking so long, though. Synergy, yes, still 3 strong, but they have a ways to go to get into this circle, so they have to clean this fight up now. And actually, a little bit of a misdirection as the Dogs actually wrap back round to Synergy's original spot.
See what they keep an eye on that in the kill feed as it plays out. Yep, to be continued. Meanwhile, Cascade's getting pushed by Trogloditas. This is what we want to see from Trog. We love that aggressive play style. It saw some success for them last year. Rusty Zera has been down. Execs will find a knock. Can he find Greg Shot as well? Greg Shot a little bit separated from the team. He gets knocked very low. We'll find him. Execs gets another one, but the trade comes through on to kill Demo. Execs knocked with 1 HP left. Necro, again, he's also knocked very low. He's stopped in the middle of the wide open road. It's down to Execs. Gas Cans cleans it up, but the third party's coming in from range from STK.
Oh no, Synergy trying to make their way back to the vehicles now. Actually, Pippa will find the first here. It looks like the Dogs were just trying to camp it. Actually, Pippa and Fisher both go down at the same time. Ooh. Capitan will deliver with a clutch. They should be able to recover here, but a lot of ground to cover. Actually, a couple of teams down on the south side of this new circle. It should bounce to the south there. I mean, the water's still a consideration to make. It's actually going to center up, so that's actually disastrous. The next one we know where it's going to end up, but that south side going to be cluttered with teams.
Absolutely. Rumblers, if they can get Valiant and Corsac over to Lawson and Waldo,
they go do it early.
But they are in a lot of trouble right now. Looks like Corsac made his way through. Valiant going to try to wrap back around as they're taking some big shots from 22, but it's going to force him right into Nootropic. Here we go. Hello Senpai gets him knocked low. Valiant has about 1 HP. He's trying to work between the hay bales, and he actually does it for now. Hello Senpai, 1 bullet left. He can't get it. Valiant stays alive.
Somehow, some way, but still a lot of ground to cover to regroup. Dodge now find themselves in the craters. United just on the outside of them towards the edge of the circle now. They're in a good spot to actually gatekeep. Sonics are on the outside, just to the south side of the road. SDK with a wide split over to the north as well. 3 members committed to the outside of the circle on the east. Now, Yasnaya completely wide open right now, but you have to argue this is looking as if it's going to pull pretty hard to the south with that water a factor in this phase 3 shift. think anybody else should cross paths. We shouldn't see anything else other than maybe SDK. And yeah, you always actually Zflux will open up with an 8 here onto Halo.
Ooh. Unfortunate for SDK there. They will get the return though onto Zflux. We'll see if Luke can get the flush. Don't think he will, as the smoke is down. Zflux has a tree to hide behind. Rest of AT. Oh, now Kurt has been spotted out by And1FBS with a bolty in hand, and now Penta's on the move. But STK, they, like you said, super split out. I don't know if they were just not expecting Young Kings to be here or what, but engaging in the fight, they lose Halo. Kurt will get rezzed most likely. But yeah, that's just kind of ugly. I got you. Okay, Sonics, you can see, are running around trying to see if they can find out United's positioning here as they try to find their way in. Flood playing it real quiet, has the rock and the hard cover, but the rest of United still inside the compound. Take a few shots, do some big damage onto Tickleton. Trimsy going to be forced by the rock. Flood will play it really, really sneaky for now, and Sonics are trying to work their way around. Looks like Trimsy will find a spot to play for now. SDK, meanwhile, have gotten that res. They're back up to 3 strong, but Young Kings are right in front of them to Yasnaya. Synergy has just entered the circle as well. They've kept all 3 up. They're trying to find a home. United has pulled back, and they are just playing tower defense as Flood has been spotted. Sonics still keeping pressure on United, but they're going to lose Mime to United. The knock and the flush. The circle does go south just as we thought it would. It's going to be squared up right on top of the Yasnaya Fields. United still in. Not making any moves just yet. Dodge in a beautiful position inside the dips. Meanwhile, Synergy has joined us. They are taking a position on the walls just on the other side of Just Too Easy. Sonics, meanwhile, after losing Mime, will find themselves a open spot to work with, and good for them that this is actually wide open. Probably can't believe their luck at this point in the game, at this point in the circle, that this hard cover is really available. Get a nice overview here. You can see STK still trying to work their way through Yasnaya, but Rumblers, Valiate, after being kept from joining his team by a combination of 22 and Nootropic, is now taking the fight to Young Kings. He finds a kill for himself. This is Valiate's preferred environment. The lone wolf trying to get things done. Raji Wow, Flux, listening for those footsteps, trying to decide how to push this. Synergy, meanwhile, will lose 2 on the rotation. They still have Capitan available. If he can find a way inside that circle, try to find something to hide behind. He's down to half HP. He'll find a dip and will be able to get into it. But, oh, look at that. Cherry already grenade in hand. He's looking to add to his kill total. Capitan, I don't think he knows how much shorter he is for this world. Is Dodge trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Can they take the risk of getting shot to try to clean this solo man up? Doesn't look like they're interested. Valiant, meanwhile, still alive and still ducking Young Kings. See Luke 12 and Kurt also. Oh no. Well, there you go. Capitan does get finished off by Waldo, and that's going to open the door for Just Too Easy to take this dip. That's a little bit more of a concern now for Dodge. We'll see if they had eyes on that push, if they know just how many people are just on the other side of the dip from them. Valiate, meanwhile, on this solo heroic mission, does manage to avoid Young Kings, but I don't think he's aware that Purdy Curdy, or actually, no, it's Luke 12 that's over here. The rest of STK making their way just behind him, eating a little bit of blue, or just in front of the blue, actually. Penta and Luke, or Penta and Kurt. They know Valiate's over here somewhere, or they at least have an inkling. Shots will come out. Not sure who those were. It wasn't Valiate, so he's not giving up his position just yet. Might be Young Kings actually taking shots over in that direction. We can see where everybody is situated as this circle comes to a close. We'll wait and see where the next one takes us. And it is going for the wide open fields. Rumblers, the only hard cover really in this circle. Actually, Nootropic have the sniper tower. As it looks like Valiate has given up his position. Penta and Luke now both combining See if they can flush out this solo player. The grenade comes through. Big damage will get done, but Valiate staying alive for the time being. Young Kings, meanwhile, hopping in their vehicles, trying to figure out where they're going to go. There it is. Penta will find Valiate, and that will be it for the Lone Wolf from Rumblers. He did pick up a kill in the process, tick one off of Young Kings, so that will go nicely into Rumblers' overall kill total pocket. All of this has to come to a head very quickly. As you can see, the circle is starting to close down. Shoot to kill will have to find somewhere to play in this, but they would love to get a few of these kills, get a few more points on their way out. Young Kings just laying down the smokes, dragging this thing out, making it difficult. They're going to all hop in that vehicle, and they get out of this. Oh, that grenade was almost beautiful from Luke. Oh, it was just a little bit too long. But Young Kings will come out. They're going to lean out of the window, and they're going to pay the price for it as they get absolutely pulled apart. Only one left remaining. It's going to be Flux as he pulls onto Nootropic spot. Hello Senpai will finish him off with a well-placed grenade. That will be it for Young Kings. A Nootropic work's not done yet. STK has to make their way down as well. BBG, meanwhile, is going to be pushing on to this fight between Gas Cans and Rumblers. Gas Cans got this decimated by Rumblers on the hold. 22 pushing in from the north side as well. Rumblers pinch from both sides. BBB going to be taking shots at Built by Gamers. Honey Badger has gone down. Oldless will get traded back, but Balefrost now has been taken out as Vegas and Hikerman trying to play on the side of the wall. Rumblers, meanwhile, just keeping their heads down as they are getting peppered by throwables, utility from all sides. Ace 10 with a grenade in hand. You can see BBB will try to get that res onto Oldless. Hikerman has to heal up. Balefrost slowly bleeding out. I don't think they'll be able to get him. They will not. He will bleed out as Hikerman turns his attention back towards the south. BBB will just take the smallest of dips on the other side of the road as the grenades are landing. Sonics, meanwhile, clean up STK. Sonics with 3 up still, playing from that northeastern side. A lot of room to maneuver, but not a lot of cover to be found as BBG gets finished off by Oldless. Now the push coming in from Yahoo. They've spotted out just too easy. The shots coming through from Cherry, actually going to pull this back. This push has been defended by Dodge, and it looks like I am no longer by myself. I have a buddy.
Did you miss me?
I missed you so much.
It looks like I missed a lot of action as well.
Oh,
Loquic's
boy.
actually going to find the confirm onto Sparking and the knock onto Poonage as well. Return nade sent over the top. So that's going to find anything else, but look at that. The wipe comes through just too easy. Deal with Yahoo. Out in 9th place now. It's actually 22 Esports get themselves into the north side of this compound. Now Circle, see right here, everybody has to leave, but Corsac has fallen. Just 2 members of the Rumblers left to try and defend this. Do BBB try and make a move in front of it? It looks as if they're looking to gatekeep out just outside.
This is the only move really for BBB, isn't it? They have to try to push this, but they have to worry about just too easy taking shots into their backside as well. This is kind of mutually assured destruction at this point for 22. But unless they can land grenades like that to open the door, but Haze 10 has been traded out by Sharpshot, so this is going to pump the brakes onto this 22 push here as Rumblers try to get involved as well. United has wrapped onto Dodge. They're going to find 1, they're going to find 2. Kickstart now, the last one up. He's got Groza in hand. He finds Cherry from range, gets the damage, but doesn't get the knock.
See, Ragnar will find Cherry from distance. So just Finna left to try and clutch up the situation. Both res is difficult for Kickstart to find, and look at that, finds it with the 3x Groza. The headshot to Finna, the killing blow, should be able to get up here and get United back to 3 strong.
Yeah, Sonic's just kind of taking shots at this from downrange. They have a pretty good read on the situation, know that E United is hurt, but they aren't making a push down here. They like their spot over there on the east. They'll hold it for now. 22, meanwhile, keep 4 alive somehow. Managed to find their way out of that compound, avoid the watchful eyes of BBB. Los will get 1, but he'll get taken out in return as the damage has been done. Can they get that res onto Oldest before the circle pushes in, or before 22 just collapses on top of them? Okay, Oldest back up. So BBB can reset just a little bit here. Fortunately for them, 22 taking a lot of pressure from Sonics and Nootropic are not able to just freely push this as they'd like to. Kodiak with the arm will find Keenan. And that's going to be him flushed out, as now BBB down to 2 and nothing really in front of them to play. This is just terrible for BBB as United will hop in vehicles, try to reposition here just a little bit.
So they should have something to play from here. As you can see, Kickstart will go a little further west. Maybe just go and grab some damage while he can, at least while this circle closes in. BBB with a whole lot of problems here. Kickstart would actually find one onto Just Too Easy. Just sharp shot left for BBB. This res is difficult if he opts to commit, which he might actually get away with it because of that knock from Kickstart.
Yeah, that definitely opened the door here, as now United trying to push in, but Tiggleton will get the knock on a reload, push the put a hold on the push from United. So third party coming in, and now Sonics finally deciding that they do want a piece of this down to the south. They get that knock on a reload. They're going to send it. You see the grenade in hand from H-Win. They'll pull up just on the other side of the hill. Grenades from United going to be returned back here as H-Win looks like he spotted him out. Reload still down. The res never came through. Snaker's taking a lot of damage here. Kickstart will hold it. Just Too Easy though, back up to 3. They could come over this at any time, but they're still taking shots over at BBB.
Kickstart going to be the first line of defense here. And actually, Snaker's the only one left after the confirm comes through. How far do Sonics choose to push this? They've got to make a move quick. That's that smoke bouncing back, but also already a decent amount of cover. The utility invested. Does Kickstart get aggressive here? No, actually took it over top. He loses that.
Oh, they got both of them. Shrimsy, the last one up now for Sonics. It looks like he spotted out Snakers just over the top of the smoke cloud. Doesn't matter.
It's Ragnar
comes through Just Too Easy. Comes in for the third party at the worst time for Sonics. Snakers is still alive for E United, but Just Too Easy is cleaning this up now. They have all the room in the world to work with on the south side.
Snaker's going to find the first. Ooh, the second evades him though. Just Too Easy will survive as 3 now with a lot of space to work with on the south side as Nootropic cleaned up now by 22, who are still 4 strong if they can get this res. Haze 10 bleeding out now. Balkan close enough to find it. Do they manage to get it though? That's the question. Hello Senpai with a throwable from the grave.
And he gets the flush too. Oh no.
That could be the green light, though. If Just Too Easy can recover from the res, they can make moves right now. Potentially catching Vinny over on the east side.
They've got to be quick about it, though. Lokix has been res. Ragnar took some damage of his own from the blue, so they have to stop down and heal up from that. And that might actually save 22 Esports here. As Kodiak, I mean, he's been making that arm do work right now. 4 kills, 11 in the bag for Just Too Easy, who has absolutely woken up today on Erangel. They're poised for their second victory in a row here, but unfortunately 22 has been able to completely reset, and they have the circle.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map. I can see maybe something to play off on the southern extremity here, but I definitely think 22 have the advantage with that ridge that they're positioned behind right now. Unless Just Too Easy can find a knock here, it's going to be difficult to fill this gap.
Yeah, they still have a US, which is good. We'll creep up a little bit, Lokix.
This is the problem. This is their last move, right? This is the last bit of safety they have.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they've got waiting in front of them. It's not even hay bales there to hide behind. 22, meanwhile, I mean, they've got a hard cover with their vehicles. They've got plenty of circle to work with. Kodiak needs to reposition. Looks like he's already on the move right now. Been a great game for Just Too Easy so far. Would love to see them be able to pull 2 in a row. 22 Esports has had a rough road in this game, and the fact that there's still 3 alive is just a testament to how well they've been playing. Can they close it out now? Shots giving up though. Ooh, Vulcan gonna take big damage from that, but that's gonna give Kodiak's position away. He gets knocked low, but they can't get the knock. re-knock onto him as Kodiak. Oh, he saw Vinny outside of cover, and he was like,
He's got no meds.
He wanted to take it. No meds, though. And there you go. Haven will land the big shot to get the knock onto Kodiak, and now Vinny has spotted out Lokix. Nice headshot from him. We'll have to pull back down again. 22 Esports, I think, reading exactly where these last two players from Just Too Easy are. Although, has Ragnar been able to make this wrap?
I was going to say, the question is, has Kodak done enough? But now with Lokix falling, Ragnar, the last man standing, he's got to find at least one freebie here, which requires an overstep from 22. Actually, reposition from Vinny could be just that, but the sight line's good enough.
Oh, he looked right at him. He didn't see him.
Ragnar's going to try and make a play off this.
You got to. That's the best spot you can get. Yeah, there it is. He'll spot one. Gonna get two. No. Haven will clean it up, and 22 Esports gets the 7-kill victory.
Yeah, a quiet one, but they weather the storm here. The victors actually of the Yasnaya field engagement and come out, close that game. Just Too Easy though, man. They're looking like they're heating up. That was another solid performance from them. I think 11 kills overall. So definitely something to keep your eye on here as the night progresses. That was actually something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely looks like Just Too Easy has found their comfort zone, at least on Erangel so far. We'll have to see if that transitions over to Miramar, because we are done with Erangel today. We've got 2 more games remaining on Miramar. But to see Just Too Easy kind of have this resurgence here on day number 3 is fantastic stuff. And 22, look, I know you had a little bit of technical difficulty, so you missed a little bit there, but they had such a rough road, right? They were coming from that northern side. They were playing the north side of the Rumblers compound, and they had to push into that. They were kind of held towards the very end. They had Bing Bang Boom that was in a great position to kind of gatekeep them until they got shot by Just Too Easy. But it was a tough road for 22 that whole time.
I mean, I'll have to take your word for it. This is much of the same that I've been talking about, though. It's a very low kill count. At least they're able to rack up some more placement points, which is where they found the most success. I'm curious to see how that kind of lands them on the overall leaderboard now. Because finding another win, if I'm not mistaken, well, they had two chicken dinners already at the start of the evening, so that will be their third. I think obviously they were hovering around 9th, 10th, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a big win for them to find nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any of these teams that are kind of sitting around that area, all you want to do, given the fact, kind of cutting back to what we were talking about earlier with the fact that there's no point sponges in this lobby, just being in the middle there within striking distance, 1 or 2 games is everything, especially when we still have 1 week left to go. But that's going to do it for us. That's going to do it for Game 3. We're going to throw it over to the... actually, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the analyst desk ready to break down that last game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'll get there eventually.
Welcome back. Game number 3 is done, and before we head to the sandy land of Miramar, we're going to talk about the game that we just saw. 22 Esports comes away with the chicken dinner, but the question we'll answer when we get back and look at the scoreboard is, does that really make them the big winner? Before we look at those numbers, though, let's look back at the last match. It's highlights!
Oh, man. Matt, another field ending.
On this. Yeah.
Another field ending.
This one is way harsher, though. The center of this circle at the end is just a no man's land, and you can see that's why. Moving into this, there was a lot of edge firefights. If you saw territory that you thought was good, you were trying to get it early.
Yeah, especially even when it wasn't even 100% guaranteed on going to those Yasnaya fields, the positions just to the west of it, those few different compounds like we saw the Rumblers at, or even maybe having a leg in Yasnaya, teams were definitely looking for those early on. And at this point, the game, yeah, everyone knew it was going to end in disaster. The question is, when would that disaster hit them specifically?
A couple of times it just came into rough shifts, and you can see Shoot to Kill trying to get into this one. And this is just how it was. We had literal trench warfare going on between these. Well, I can't say literal. I guess these are explosion craters, whatever. But it's the same mindset coming into it. It was a lot of nades being thrown between each other. Throwables were a big factor for so many of these fights because they were so close range.
Yeah, and viewers at home, we don't need to tell you how dangerous fields are, and one of the many factors into that is how easy it is for teams to cross you to third party. That's why grenades are even more powerful here, is because you don't need to reveal yourself to any nosy neighbors in order to deal massive damage to your enemies. But here, the final moments, 22 versus Just Too Easy, this has to be a circle advantage. Not only does Balkan get to play along this rock, they have at least a little bit of terrain to utilize. Just Too Easy had a really nice approach where they sort of spread out and tried to find these angles, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. However, Toffees, you alluded to this, they still got the advantage in points because they got more kills.
So let me ask you, Matt, I want your take. Does that mean that Just Too Easy won back-to-back games?
Well, it comes down to how you configure the kills. I would say yes. I mean, if you're number one in the slot 2 times in a row, you won the round. Now, the team that won and tied you after getting the victory, that gets a little bit more complicated. This is a very weird situation that we don't normally see whenever we see ties like this. So I could see you going either way. But I mean, if you're walking away with 19, like let's say Just Too Easy had 18 points, they're the winners of this round.
Listen, I think you're making it too complicated. No, this isn't most chickens.
Look, it says one.
Rule.
It says one next to Just Too Easy, so I give it to them.
Yeah, I know, I agree. This is points rule. Points rule. Just Too Easy got more points, and the tiebreaker is broken by number of kills. That's how it is on the match standing. That's how it always works on the total leaderboard. Full stop. Just Too Easy won 2 games in a row.
Plus, it leads back into my love of Just Too Easy trying to climb up the leaderboard more because now they're catching up to the Rumblers, Cam.
Yeah, now we can start to have that conversation.
Also, I just want to throw this out there for Just Too Easy. We're going to give them the win because they got more damage in that game, I'm hearing from our stats people, than all of day one put together. So, good for you, Just Too Easy. Synergy up at 102. United on the come up. Built by gamers, and Bing Bang Boom is sliding. And Yoho, they have let off the gas, but it's still, really close. I mean, everybody on the left side is in striking distance very comfortably of each other, right, Matt?
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to talk about. What we got going on. Just Too Easy getting these back-to-back solid games. 22 Esports making it climb up there. Look at what's now happening on the left side. Usually this is inverted. The guys that are in first, second, third, fourth, they're just running away with all of the points.
Yeah.
These last couple of rounds, the inverse has happened. The guys at the bottom have been picking them up, and now look at how close and compacted it's getting in the top. I mean, look, we've got 8 points separating 1 through 6 right now?
Yeah, that's actually sick, and I think it just comes down to the fact that the Sonic/United domination from last year, back then when United were Oath, just hasn't really happened. I actually do think that there's a little bit of fall off of both of those squads. United, we don't want to be too harsh onto them because of that, because I think that they've said that they might be feeling a little under the weather. But it's also, other teams have really picked their own play up, and going back into the points rule format has, I think, re-energized a lot of people who might have been frustrated at last year's format.
I feel bad for them, son, but everyone's got 99 problems. I don't know if I can count sick as one. If you can't show up and play when you're feeling under the weather at this level, I don't know. Am I wrong, Matt? Like, I get what Cameron's saying. We can't count their play or hold it against them, but I expect you to show up and play no matter what.
They are playing, and they are still being effective.
Yeah,
They
okay,
weren't being
you're
as
right, I see what
effective
you're
as they were the first day. So, I mean, if they were just getting 0 points, I'd be like, okay, guys, yeah, I get you're sick. That's a problem. They're still putting up points. We saw them trying to take fights at the end of the last one. If it's a cold, and sometimes, you never know, you're trying to go for the game-winning spray and you sneeze, that kind of sucks. I'm not going to judge you for it, right?
Not the spray you were going for. I respect that.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I see where you're coming from, Cameron. Okay, I can dig into that. I get it. I will say, this has been a circle situation, unlike an experience. Like, it's been wild. I haven't seen this many no-cover circles post-5. Teams are being forced to make some really hard decisions. And honestly, you can't train for that, Cameron. There's no way to simulate scrims where the circle is just, you know?
I mean, it's common enough that I think these teams do have at least a little bit of training or a fair bit of training on these circles. It sucks that we're getting them sort of 3 in a row. But no amount of training on circles like this could guarantee any team to come out on top all the time. Because if you have pieces of terrain to utilize, those are tools that you can use on your team to maybe take a win when you didn't have the most favored position. When it's a flat field, favored by the circle is like a binary. It's either yes or no. And it's no, we just saw this from Just Too Easy. There's really not much that you can do to break out of it.
Well, see, I'm not seeing these circles as bad as what was going on day 1. The circles on day 1 were all over the place with water all in them. A Yaz field ending is harsh because there's not a lot of cover at the ending, but they should be used to that. I mean, we saw a lot of people realizing where they needed to go to, what fights they needed to take, where they needed to defend. I mean, we saw the craters get in play. We saw the buildings. Like, everybody knew how they wanted to approach it. It's just sometimes the circle shifts away from you, and that's whenever you've got to make the really hard call of, what do you do? By the way, I've got to give a shout out to Ragnar for trying to make the hero play there. Big performance from him, and also Poro, hero performance from you too, buddy.
Okay, all right. And I get what you're saying about that. The early game bad circles, like, there's not a lot of options. There's nowhere to go. The late game deserts, it's just kind of an issue of you better have made good choices early on.
Okay, wait a
we're
second.
Seeing things not. Okay, go ahead. Real quick, though.
Quick counterpoint. Early game bad circles, you're not affected by the blue as much, so maybe you can go for something wild and pick up a lot of kills. You don't have that option to go for some random send to end with, like Sonic's had 12th place with 8 kills one game. I don't think you can really do that reliably on these late games.
Sonics went with the wild send there at the end and picked up some kills.
I gotta stop. I gotta stop us. We're transitioning to Miramar. We're gonna do it now with 2 guys who run circles around everyone else. It is our casting duo of Porosaurus and Hypoc.
Hello, we are back once again. 3 games in the books, 2 more left to go on Miramar. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is my bestie is Hypoc. You're going to be here for the whole time this time. You're not going to leave me out on a limb.
We'll see.
Time.
If I don't like this circle, man, it might be.
Just press the
Miramar
start
circle,
gun.
like, it's not been good recently. I got to let you in on that.
Oh, dear.
Maybe you're going to be the one that taps out here.
It might be. You never know. You never know who's going to just bail altogether. But look, Just Too Easy, making a comeback here on Erangel. We'll see if they can keep things going on Miramar. But just the fact that the bottom half of the lobby is starting to kind of pick things up, starting to kind of get their footing and kind of make the middle ground, the middle part of this lobby in terms of overall points so much more close is making this really interesting for me.
It is, yeah. I hate to harp on them, but to see a team with 3 wins in a position 22 are in is kind of frustrating, right? This is the point. I mean, I literally mentioned at the start of the night, if they were kind of tracking with where the middle of the pack was in terms of kills up towards the top, they would have been sat in kind of 3rd overall. So that's just how much of a gap there is, I guess, in terms of their game plan. And at this point, I mean, we're approaching halfway. We've got two games left until we meet that point. This is where you really want to see them just start farm a few games, right? Because that's all you need to do to put yourself realistically towards top 5. I mean, well, it was 8 points from 1st to 6th. It's literally only 20 from 1st to 8th, which is, in my eyes, the scariest thing, right? That's still just 1 game for any one of those teams. A 10-kill win swings that.
Love to point out the fact that if this was last year, 22 Esports would be in first place.
Would be leading the lobby right now.
Leading the pack. God, so glad we don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Can we say that now?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Does it finally sound genuine?
Oh, man. I'm happy about that. But hey, look, 22 Esports.
22 Esports, the best team in the Americas region right now.
Look, if they can get their kills up, man, It seems like it's just been feast or famine for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, yeah, not so much feast though. That's the point I'm trying to make. Even their wins just feel like they've almost kind of squeezed a win out. I mean, yes, that last one felt fairly comfortable in terms of the circumstances with the late game, but I'm just not. I haven't been convinced by a dominant performance in any one of their victories, and that's the more pressing issue, right? You look at any other the I guess the big swingers, you could call them in this lobby, and they're like double digits, comfortably into double digit bangers, which are the wins you want to pick up. If you're still losing out, and I'm with Cammy here, like in my eyes, it's just too easy. You've just won 2 games.
Yeah.
Right. We're in points draw now. They've just won 2 games back to back. Yes, the chicken dinner goes the other way, but they did the hard work through it, and that's the bottom line for me. Rant over. There you go. It's done. Put it to bed. Unless 22 Esports now come out and win another game.
Yeah, with
22 kills or something.
Exactly. Look, hey, I'm looking at so they got.
What does the 22 stand for, Poro? What does the 22 stand for? These are the real questions.
I don't know about you, man, but I'm feeling 22 for this game.
No, you're not.
Yes,
No,
I am. Yes, I am. Come on, I've been wanting to do that so long. Okay, finally, we get to get it. But another, just terrible playing, man. Just terrible playing. It's not often I feel that we can say that bad plays have just been like super influential on how the games have been playing out, but this weekend it's felt like it. Like these planes are just cutting off so much of the playable lobby or playable map, really.
It is it's the worst kind of circle you want to see as well on an awkward plane path when a lot of, you could argue, I mean, really power grid unachievable off that plane. This is difficult as well because with Los Leones taking up so much of that and then nothing really there's nothing enjoyable to play down to the south side of Los Leones. There never is. And you could say the same to the east. So hopefully.
Oh wait, do we find out what 22 stands for? Do we get that?
This just in.
Oh, no. Well, we'll get it. We'll get it eventually, chat. We'll get there. I think I'm
They
looking
were
at that.
founded on the 22nd of June.
Oh, how about that? Just a couple of days before my birthday.
A couple of days after mine.
See, there you go. This is now we're officially 22 stands from this point on.
We have no choice but to stand.
Oh, yeah, we really can't. That's
And I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that at all. No, look, I'm harping on them, but it's just the hard work in a lobby like this is finding victories, right? In my eyes, if you're a capable team, you should be able to maintain those kind of salvage games. And maybe that's where 22's game is kind of slipping slightly, right? In the games where they haven't got those game-winning spots, their compass is slightly misaligned, right? Other teams are going out and thinking, right, we're absolutely screwed here on circle. You think back to the STK way of old, which is relatively absent now, but it used to be, bad circle pops, okay, leave the vehicles here, guys. As the crow flies, what's in our way? Let's fight it. Let's post something from a bad situation. Maybe that's the side of 22's game plan that is failing them, but in my eyes, they should be right up there right now. They should literally be level pegging with 4th or 5th place.
They've got 43 placement points so far, and they've got 3 wins.
Just leave that.
That's all you need to know.
Leave that statement. Just let it breathe for a moment.
That's all you need to know.
I mean, also, there's a 15-point gap as well. But the problem is, you look at then the teams that they're trailing: Dodge, Gas, Sonics, Yahoo, BBB, BBG, and EU are all teams that will put numbers up even on their bad games, because that's how they're towards the top, right? They maintain. It's that consistency.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can kind of right the ship. Maybe here on Miramar. Again, 3 wins is that's a good weekend. That's a good weekend. Now if they can just get the kills up a little bit. Holy Tickleton, are you serious? He's got that man down to 1 shot. He's landed the shots. Come on, Tig. I know you got it. Oh well. Maybe not this time. We'll keep an eye on him. But again, this is another one of those circles, right, where we're looking at it and there's so much playable room that it's really hard to say like what is a favorable and what is an unfavorable position in this, because it's just there's so much. I mean, it's really going to depend on Circle 2, isn't it? Like, or even Circle 3, really.
Gonna give it a stab?
Absolutely not.
Know how we know how it went last time.
We know how it went last time. Well, last time was a little bit. We had something.
No, we were onto something. I mean, because it was the North Quarry team that won that game, right? It was the team that
close.
I mean,
yeah.
you know, after I added a caveat to your statement, it was the team from the Yellows, right? The team that controlled the north side of Quarry won that game, so it was very favorable.
It counts. I mean, and then gas cans. You know, if STK hadn't just completely done what STK did, then they would have had problems pushing out a Prim. Meanwhile, speaking of problems, that's not a time that you want to flip that car, is it? Colton, just waiting. Yeah. Well, 2 down for Underdogs, as they still have 2 alive at least, as. They are actually, I think, just on the other side of Troglodytes here. So our first 2 kills of the lobby in a very, again, I mean, this is just kind of a slow pacing circle. So, I mean, if anything, that's good news for some of these teams, really.
This is. I'm seeing a lot of teams stack up towards the north side of Leonis as well, and this is. Again, you've got to take into account the unplayable, whether or not you want to make it a huge factor in your Circle 1 decision-making. This is a slow burner of a circle, because lots of teams will take kind of these satellite compounds, and play for a little bit of terrain. Sonic's actually in a 4-way split right now, trying to control an awful lot of ground.
Looks like they're getting away with it for the most part right now.
Well, this is the thing. In a circle like this, nobody's really on a mad dash to center, right? You look at what's in the middle of the circle, nobody's really making a send. And the other thing is, it's so difficult to find one of those spots you can pull up and gather some information and kind of send out a probe here and there. That really, it's not worth it. As I say that, Bing Bang Boom, actually going to pull up on the south side of Tickleton and Shrimsy. Yeah, they don't want to entertain this at all.
Yeah.
It's a risk you can completely mitigate by just condensing back to the north. And I think this is the right decision, right? What they've got up here for Mime and H-Win, definitely a safer spot to operate from.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? You in a circle like this where everything is playable and you're basically just waiting to see where the hard shift goes with Circle 2. I think you want to try to split up as much as possible, try to take up as much real estate just to kind of hedge your bets. But if you do find yourself getting pushed like Sonics just did, be ready to get on the move, be ready to get back together. And fortunately for Sonics, they were able to do so pretty easily. BBB, meanwhile, they've left Oldless behind to kind of keep an eye on things, but the rest of the gang will retake that spot that Sonics just left. Eep.
Ghost will find a member of Dodge from afar. Tripping over himself. It was almost like he stubbed his toe on the way over that hillside, but don't think he was considering a full send on the back of that.
And we're back. We're back to where we started. Just angrily send bullets down there to let them know. I almost wonder if he was considering going for that send, and the rest of Gaskin's like, no, stop.
That's a big send. That's a big send.
Yeah, that's asking a lot there. As Rusty.
Kill Demo doing his best, Kurt.
At least Kill Demo's doing it to his own player. And we're on the couch. That's nice. Put him on the lazy boy. Reload. Take a look around. Yeah, don't make sure. Shoot at a tree. You'll get the res eventually. You'll get around to it. Why are they making this poor Rusty's Era just sit there?
They are making a mountain out of a molehill. It's like, it's safe. Trust me. You couldn't drive down the hill. You're safe.
Well, Rumblers doing the same thing that Sonics just had to do as Dodge pushes up. I run on the back. Actually, I'm not even sure if Rumblers knew that Dodge was here. I'm not seeing any vehicles from Dodge, so they might have just pushed out on foot. And did catch Rumblers unawares, but unfortunately we're not able to capitalize. And now, what we've all been waiting for, the Circle 2 shift. Where are we going to go? Hard shift. Let's go.
South.
South?
Oh!
There it is. The man himself.
It's almost touching. And
It
now,
really
actually,
is.
all of that really depressing terrain down to the south becomes pretty enticing to some of these teams. But the problem is, so many of these routes on the east and the west side are just cut off. The rotation paths into a circle like this on the south side of Leonis, it's so difficult to traverse. Because like I said, you don't really have any of these leapfrog spots. There's no real, comfortable opportunities to pull up, find a little bit of info, see if anybody's, clinging on to a compound just on the edge side here. Because I think everybody should read this Circle 1 pretty similar, right? And when you don't see an awful lot in the kill feed, you got to know that people are just scattered.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So SDK was already in Circle. They actually get a Circle 2 shift. Praise the Lord. They will reposition, try to decide where they want to go. They know their backside's clear. They know the south side's clear. It looks like they're going to use that to their advantage, start pulling down that way, and just play to the north. We did see a circle similar to this yesterday, where Built by Gamers got the big 18-kill win, just kind of pushing from that south side with nobody on their backs. So maybe SDK thinking that they can maybe recreate a little bit of that magic. We see just too easy. You're going to pull right into Synergy's line of sight. No, okay. Everybody's going to be fighting right now. Oh, that's not when you want to flip. Oh, no. They actually stopped.
Yeah. Corsac making a meal of this a little bit, but he should be able to find a... Yes, there's the response there. Rogi will go down. Rumblers will find their 2 knocks. The only response is Zflux actually with a decent angle, but can't find any damage to write home about.
Is Young King stopping there to try to get the res? Is that asking a little bit too much? Is that a little bit too ambitious? As Waldo is going to spat him out. Looks like Rumbler's just going to push over the top of this. But oh, look at that Zflux! Nice little trade onto him. We'll get the knock. Valiated is going to go down, and 1 FPS though, the last one up, and he is just going to dip. Well, if you're gonna nope out of it, why didn't you nope out of the first knock?
Yeah. At that point, you got to say just put something up.
Yeah.
Because with it, well, I guess a circle like this, you could potentially snake it out, but 16 teams alive right now. Those placement points seems like a very, very distant dream for N1. Yeah,
that was a. I don't know. It's good for Rumblers to stop down. I mean, Rumblers were already stopped down. They were just kind of scouting out and looking to see where the next place they wanted to go was, and they got the knock on a Young Kings. Young Kings just full stopped and tried to take that fight. They end up losing it. That's how it goes sometimes. They'll eat a little bit of blue for their troubles, as we see pretty much everybody kind of centering up. The south side still very open, and talking about playing from the south side, the success that Built by Gamers had yesterday, looks like 22 did the long wrap around on that eastern side, and they're coming in from the very far south. Like to see it.
That's a White Temp Fate wrap right there.
Ooh.
They've come from downtown, but they're inside the zone. So that's who?
White Temp Fate.
Never heard of him.
I don't know. That's a throwback thing. I don't know. Would they even count as anything? I'm not even sure. Who even played for that team?
SDK though got themselves a good split here in the bad spot, which has now come pretty much prime real estate. BBG's, I'm hoping Vegas and Honey Badger make moves west here. They look like they were taking a little bit of damage trying to get into vehicles, but looks like they will be able to regroup. Stack up as 4 here as Troglodytes is on a mad send south. Sonic's a lot of space to work with this hillside. I don't think they're going to get an awful lot of traffic now with where teams have managed to position after this pop. There's a couple of stragglers still in Lost Leonis. Is that the remnants of Yahoo, actually?
Yeah, I'm really liking Sonic's position, actually. And if Yahoo can actually get everybody out of here, I mean, Punaj and Hiruzen a little bit lacking, coming in pretty late, but it looks like Sparking and Shinboy should be able to flex hard enough to where they'll hold down this entire area. Meanwhile, Hayes 10, 22, they do run into gas cans on that south side. The wrap continued maybe just a little bit too long. Haven goes down, And look at that, Waikiki Mukau has that high ground. He knows exactly what's going down, feeding all this information over to his teammates.
A little bit of a response there with the nade from Hayes 10. He's actually going to put a smoking Bronco to try and back it up a little bit, but taking damage here. There's not too much left here in terms of resilience of that vehicle, and it's already on fire. Can he get to safety?
He's
got to
got to
hop
get
out, but he's kind of stuck in no man's land right now.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's really hoping that these smokes bloom before SDK gets a good line on him. And it looks like he should be okay for now. Troglodytes, meanwhile, they did do that crazy wild send through everybody. Oh, careful. Okay.
And he's gonna scoop him.
Yeah, this good stuff. Good stuff for 22. They do lose Haven. Unfortunate on the hard wrap, but they do keep 3 alive, and they have pretty decent position on this south side, and they know exactly where SDK and Gascans are. So not too. It could have been worse. Could have been way worse.
Rumblers now look as if they want to try and find something. Yeah, they've got some space on the east side, but the 2 big compounds, both warehouses, or at least both sides of the warehouse occupied, and just too easy to the south of that. Looks like they might even favor the northeast side, which Nootropic are actually split across the road. So, yes, there's space to find, but again, their next move is fairly pivotal.
I'm curious to see how they deal with Synergy if they get that read that Synergy's inside there.
Yeah, the good thing is they found something where they can hold on to see the next circle, and that's important. To see Rumblers obviously have to deal with a team deep in the blue. No surprises there.
At least this time it wasn't Nootropic. Oh, that shift.
Yeah, this is honestly just so much dead space in this circle, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I was talking about. These terrain kind of circles on Miramar are just so difficult to find any sort of comfort, anything to really hold on to. I mean, at this point, vehicles become almost useless. And unless you've got a compound, you're really just trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, looking at this circle, Yahoo is going to have its eyes on heads on swivels because they have fantastic position, but they've got to be able to defend it for now. Synergy looks like they may have spotted out Rumblers as gas cans already on the move. They're going to wrap around south. They know where 22 is, so they're going to do their weather best to avoid that for the time being. Sonic's kind of backfilling gas cans here just a little bit. They had to make. They had great spot. They had good ability to kind of scout out everything that was going on. But now, once again, they had to get on the move here. Vinny going to land some shots onto the tires, if not the bodies of gas cans. That'll make their transition a little bit rougher.
Absolutely peppered in rotation. Should be able to grab that compound just on the south side, but it's not inside. Looking for them to make use of this time as Ethan's on a mad send on the 2-seater. Oh. He's going to get caught. Colton will land the final shot.
See if Mirage can actually join him. Look at Troglodytes is just waiting. They're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Please go try to get this.
Yeah,
Rusty Sarah's just begging for it. And I think Ethan is like, no. Yeah, just go over here. We'll find just play your life. And Mirage will do just that, hiding behind the smoking buggy for the time being. This
Sonics
is what
have
I wanted
actually,
to see here, yeah.
well, I was going to say, Sonics have got themselves into a weird spot here. Potential for 22 to backstab them. Tiggleton on red alert right now. Shrimsy as well, cautious. The real indicator, with the way SDK's games have gone, don't expect them to pull too far from this compound to third party.
No.
They'll probably allow safe passage for whichever team is the victor of the southwest side.
Yeah, I think in that situation, SDK is just whatever they can shoot at from that compound, great, but they're not going to push out. But it's put 22 in kind of an interesting position where they've got to move, but they've got gas cans on one side, Sonics on the other, and now Rumblers trying to deal with the United. Looks like United will try to get on the move before Rumblers can really do anything about that. Kickstart, though, kind of pinned down in the smoke wall as Los HD has spotted out Flood from range. Flood going to take some damage. Kickstart will get taken down by Roth, and actually it's going to be Bing Bang Boom that's doing Rumblers work for him here. Rumblers already 4 kills in the bag after their fight with Young Kings. They would love to collect a few more off of this.
Snake as though now receiving a lot of damage from afar. It's Roth that will deal with the killing blow. United out in 14th place. Almost a throwaway game in a circle like this, like I said, but able to really find anything to play from.
There you go.
Sonics do clean up 22. actually one member of Gascans. Who is that? Waika Kamukau? On a mad mission split from the rest of his team, but they have the benefit of the circle now, so they could actually make a play to gatekeep Sonics.
That man is just sending it. I mean, you can see Greg Shot, all the rest of Gascans, all their little triangles are looking over in this direction. They're trying to protect Cal, make sure that Sonics doesn't push over the top. Cal, meanwhile, just holding the line here just in case Sonics decides to get jumpy. But it looks like Sonics are happy with their kills that they got on 22. They're just going to pull back and start thinking about how they want to approach this next zone because they know. If they don't know for sure, they have to have at least some kind of idea that STK is sitting in that compound. If not STK, then somebody's sitting in that compound.
Yeah, and this really is the sort of end game you expect. Nothing really in the middle of this. It's actually a load of utility damage comes onto Rumblers. Keenan, Roth will find a second as well. 3 members of Rumblers just absolutely folding under the pressure of BBB. Final kill to be found, and there it is. Clean sweep by Bing Bang Boom. Rumblers will fall in 11th.
Really, really clean from Bing Bang Boom as they don't even take a knock in the process. Don't even think they took any damage as Mime will get spotted out by Nikos. So now Sonics a little bit pinched here between STK and these aggressive gas cans. You can see Adam has come over to join Waikakamukau. Now Greg Shot will go down to Penta. So the Overwatch now is gone down for gas cans for the time being. So Waikakamukau and Adam need to be careful about how they want to approach this, but you can see on that map, they are getting fully surrounded here, not only by Sonics, but by STK, as Purdy Curdy has the bullet hose in hand once again.
So Sonics got themselves an opportunity to kill for just a moment, but mine will get confirmed. 3 remain. STK actually pushing way out of the compound further than I was expecting, but are desperate to try and have a say in this and put some kills on in arguably the most influential shift of this game. After this, definitely going to be a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, SDK was kind of posturing like they were willing to take that fight with Sonics, with gas cans, but a few shots from Vegas, actually, from way off in the north, was enough to kind of pull them back a little bit. As we see, Built by Gamers now has decided to pull over towards BBB. 1 knocked already. Roth is down. Keenan, huge in this fight. If he can come over the top, of the problem is you got Nootropic on the backside as well. It's kind of looking at this, and look at the grenade from Vegas.
Oh my God.
Big damage coming through from BBG. Only 1 up alive, and it's that flanker, Keenan, that's still alive. Meanwhile, Shoot to Kill have sent Purdy Curdy in.
I was looking at the map feed. BBG actually fell in that mix.
Yep.
There's 1 still alive from Big Bang Boom, and
I don't know.
he can get the res here. Yeah, it's one up and 2 knocked. Oh, Kurt, yeah, can't find any sort of safety.
Well, maybe the pulling away from Sonics and gas cans when they had them in a little bit of a exposed position, maybe coming back to haunt STK now. And now Kurt hasn't been flushed out just yet, so they should be able to get this res, but you can see Tickleton has crept up close. He only has Molotovs, though, no grenades in hand, so that could be good news for STK as Alo will stick the res. Looks like gas cans have not been finished off. Never mind, they were just on the bottom side of the map. They're 2 up as Greg Shot and Nikos have to find some way in here.
Bing Bang Boom actually recovered. They got 3 back on their feet here. 11 kills on the board as well. I mean, if they could escape Nootropic, which they should do, Yahoo should deal with Nootropic.
Yep, Yahoo has been holding down this warehouse for a long time now. Nootropic hasn't been able to push in, and now they've taken a knock. Nootropic is kind of behind the 8 ball. Meanwhile, Sonics will lose has lost Strimzy rather. H-Win trying to go out from a nice angle, but he's out in the wide open field. He gets the knock on a Kurt, but look at that Nootropic finish off Bing Bang Boom. Can now turn their attention back over towards Yahoo. Fights going on all sides here.
Yeah, this is the one I've got my eyes on, Yahoo and Nootropic, as the third-party damage does come through. Just too easy. Fanning out. Look how far they've spread away from their compound, from safety almost, on the east side. And now Yahoo actually forced back inside the fence line. This is really difficult. Nootropic can kind of just play time on this now.
Oh, they really can. Yahoo you felt like they had a little bit of a window there when they got the initial knock on the Nootropic, and they had Nootropic split focus with Bing Bang Boom up, but they hold back, they hold the hard cover, and they end up paying the price now as Haruzen has gone down. Shimboy and Punich, the last two up. Just Too Easy starting to creep over here to see if they can maybe collect a few kills off of this. Meanwhile, STK has everything. All four up. Perfect line to the center of the circle. This could set up for an STK win if Just Too Easy can't finish this off quickly.
Shimboy, last hope for Yahoo here, but there's just too many threats. Just Too Easy filling this gap at the perfect timing. Shimboy's going to try to find his way out. No, Ragnar finds it. Yahoo will fall in 5th. Now we have our top 4. SDK with so much space to work with now. And the numbers advantage here in the late game. I mean, Just Too Easy are actually still 4 up. They're so split, I didn't even realize they had all 4 members still.
Yeah, they've been just kind of vibing on that eastern side, coming in and backfilling everybody. You can see 4 kills already. Nootropic with a 10-piece in hand, but the circle has pushed hard away from them. They're going to have to come down from that high ground. They do manage to get back to 3 strong, and then you still got Nikos, the solo from Gas Cans. This is I'm always deathly afraid. Whenever I see a snake hiding behind Shoot to Kill, but it looks like Alo has this man pinned down pretty well. So Shoot to Kill most likely will not get bit in the back by a snake, as has happened to them so many times in the past. We'll see what they decide to do, but they have the circle. They have prio on pretty much anything they want to play here.
Interesting here is they will dedicate 3 members towards the south. This is the problem, right? Again, you can see the diligence, or at least the intent here from SDK to deal with a solo, a duo potentially down in the south, but it just makes for uncomfortable viewing. They're going to put some damage in. Looks like they spotted him out. Oh, thank God. That's a big sigh of relief. If you're an SDK fan, that's what you want to see nice and early.
For sure. Okay, Luke 12 has been spotted out by Nootropic. A few shots come over that direction, but he's going to do his level best to kind of keep them at bay. Will do so. Gets a knock on the Lamplight. Hello, Senpai goes down, but Colton will find Luke 12. Rest of STK should be able to rotate onto that, get that res up. Nootropic goes down, and now Just Too Easy, 4 up. Can STK get this res onto Luke quickly? They need to get onto this as fast as possible. You can see the terrain is just very awkward to play around right now. Just Too Easy has this high ground, but there's just no lines of sight from either team onto the other.
I don't think they know what they found there. Luke 12 was almost the anchor for the rest of SDK to clear out the south side, as I said. But now trying to make this move, Ragnar and Kodak trying to wrap back round to the north. I think you're right. Yeah, they are desperately trying to find some sightlines, at least some advantageous sightlines onto SDK's position. SDK actually leave Luke 12 in pretty much a similar setup here, just to almost play info. Yeesh.
That makes me real nervous. That's literally the only player that Just Too Easy knows for a fact exactly where he is. Everybody else, though, on the move. But leaving Luke in that spot, we'll see how he plays around it. Just Too Easy keep looking over in that direction. Haven't spotted out just anything yet. You can see Lokix on your minimap kind of holding the edge, making sure they don't get wrapped from behind while the other 3...
Yeah, Penta's doing what you want to see for Shoot to Kill. Just coming back to that earlier point, it's the diligence here. Shoot to Kill look as if they at least have a solid grasp on how this should play out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they know exactly where Dot's going to be. They love their angles onto Dot. The last center dot here, as long as they don't get wrapped on from the south side, they should be clean. That's why they're leaving Penta there. And Kurt is coming over there to join him. You can see Kurt now rocking the Alm. I don't know if that's the SDK guy I would want to have an Alm in his hands, but we'll take it. We'll roll with it. I'm going to see if Kurt's going to make me eat my words here. See if he lands one as Penta has spotted him out. And there goes one missed shot.
Get a counter up on screen. No, we'd never. We would never, right?
Oh, man. If it was a scrim stream, I absolutely
would. Where's that bingo card?
Now, this is, I really like SDK's position here, but it's really a question of can Just Too Easy get a read on where SDK is and how long SDK holds these positions, but they're so good about not staying in one spot after they take a shot. They'll get on the move once again.
the thing I look towards, Alo's access to the star is perfect, right? So SDK almost waiting for Just Too Easy to slip up.
Yeah.
Oh, big tag comes through from Kurt. Yeah, again, looking to confirm that damage as well. You can see the utility sent in just towards his head.
Nice.
Doesn't it will be confirmed. Halo finds the knock.
Give this man the all more often. Lands the body shot on Nedjum, and that'll be the flush coming through. Kurt's like, I know he's burning, but I want to make sure I get the credit for that one. Joe Kodiak gonna get knocked low as well, and now STK has a good read on exactly where Just Too Easy is, except for low kicks. This is the player you got to worry about, and this is Penta's job. This is 100% Penta's role.
This is why he's been here. This is why he's been here for the last, what feels like 10 minutes, waiting for this threat. And again, the catalyst really is STK finding that damage, confirming the knock here. You're almost expecting another member of Just Too Easy to counteract that pressure, but nothing comes through just yet. I almost feel like Just Too Easy letting this go to the star is letting the game slip away, to be honest with you. Lokix actually will give away his position. Luke 12 will find the knock in response.
I want to say almost that was a bait smoke wall. Luke dropped a 3 smoke wall to get himself to cover, and look at that Lokix. That's going to be another fiery funeral for that man, as STK is just going to wrap onto Ragnar, surround him, but Just Too Easy. Can he get one? He gets Halo. Can he turn it around? He's going to have 2 HP left, but, well, the flashbangs come in. It's a disco party for Ragnar now. He does get the heal off, and Penta will peek it. They're taking their time with this, but Luke 12 finally, though, finishes it off. 11-kill victory for STK.
And what felt like a much more well-managed or well-constructed game plan towards the end of that one. Again, this is the sort of thing where STK, you give them the time to set up and really think things through, and it's not desperation mode. This is the byproduct of that. I think it's the sort of expectation we have.
I mean, it's just textbook stuff coming out from SDK. I mean, all angles were covered, and kind of going back to what I was saying, I think Luke tried to lay that smoke wall out to the hill line to kind of bait Just Too Easy into thinking he had left his position, and in the end, it opens him up for a free knock onto the Just Too Easy northern flanker, and that just opened up the gates for SDK to flood down on top of them. I mean, it's beautiful stuff.
Like I said, SDK are in a position there where they're almost waiting for that overstep. I think Just Too Easy probably just need to stack up. They find that one knock, which is the anchor. I think if they have any, better understanding of how that's played by SDK, they know they found the anchor. They go and pressure towards the north side because they did have that little bit of high ground that maybe gives them an advantage, but it certainly feels uncomfortable doing that in phase 7. Like I said, once it comes down to the start, you got to look at that mini-map and think, this is SDK's game to throw, basically. They would have had to massively overstep the mark to let that one slip away.
Now, all that being said, this is another game where Just Too Easy has made it to the final 2. So, they're finding placements. They're getting wins. I mean, Just Too Easy. This has been an absolute turnaround from what we saw from them for the first couple of days. But we're going to throw it to break real quick. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down that last game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
another excellent game in the books, and while Ragnar put up a noble effort, it was not meant to be. 4 games are gone with 1 left to play. We are coming to the end of our day and the end of our first weekend of play. Only 30 games to go, or total. That means there's only 15 left to go. So before we get to that match, Cameron's making fun of me because I still can't do math, even when it's literally on a screen in front of me. So save us all and show us highlights.
Oh man. It's Moorfields, Matt. Okay, to be fair, this game was a little different from the other field games. Hypoc was describing very well. Once that phase 2 shifted to the southwest of Los Leones, all these vehicle paths to even get into the circle to begin with was incredibly difficult. So it's honestly worse than some of the previous games, where here, you had to start struggling at phase 2.
I mean, yes, but we also are seeing a lot of teams that are really doing well off of foot pushes. The problem with it is whenever you have foot pushes moving into constant, more open areas like this, that's where we are seeing so much edge play. But can we give a shout out for Shoot to Kill, playing edge, and finding more and more control in even wider open areas like this? They did a good job on making sure to navigate how to handle these circles and showing us a little bit of old school Shoot to Kill in these situations.
Yeah, managing their surroundings obviously is a very, very important thing. Difficult in the field positions that they're in. However, once we hit this late game spot, it didn't really feel like a field. Once there was no one on the outside third partying, there was just enough terrain for players like Blue 12 to do this entire wide flank, to do the killing blow, to just too easy.
21 points for Shoot to Kill. They are feeling real good about that. Nootropic getting 15 of their own, but Bing Bang Boom walking away with 12 as well as Just Too Easy. That means that the climb for Just Too Easy continues. It took them until day 3, but man, they're getting it together. Hopefully they can carry all of the synergy over into the next game and next week, because they're starting to get more competitive. I'm willing to bet on that overall leaderboard.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. Let's actually take a look at the overall leaderboard, because I think that's what we want to track, is how that travel goes. Bing Bang Boom takes over the top at 107. Synergy does still maintain a pretty good spot at 103, and Yoho climbs back up. But as you said, the 2 stories off the back of that game, STK moving into 7th, and of course, Just Too Easy, who, Cameron, I threw out the beginning of this, and I'll own it. I said, do we write them off at this point starting today because them and Underdogs were doing so badly? And, well, I guess they heard and they were not happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, they've been performing very, very well so far. They still have a long way to go. However, it's looking good right now, but they can't let off at all. In fact, trying to continue with the performance that they've had today, just looking at the placements and the overall point gain, that's a very, very hard metric to keep up with, but it's what they need to do if they want to try and break even into the top 6. God forbid, top 3 or 4. But if you saw those points, it was like a 19-point drop from first place all the way down to 9th place. So that is, once you break into that left side of the leaderboard, the top 8 position, it can be very tight. And we saw E United from 6th place up to 2nd last game, and then right back down to 6th. That's how close things are.
Yeah, I think that's key, Matt. Is next time we get a chance to look at the leaderboard, we'll kind of go through how the differential is between those top teams and how close they are. And honestly, when you come into the midway point, you start to see the break off, and you expect that sort of split in the mid where teams start to fall off and others rise to the top. And what blows my mind is when a team like Just Too Easy comes out and has a day like this. I mean, that is the, I think, 3rd match in a row where we saw them finishing in the top 2, maybe even the 4th match today. They have been constantly in the mix, and it is a 180 from where they were when they started today, which I think was 22 points, up to something like 76. That is a huge day.
I mean, it's been a big climb for them. That's one, again, why I keep harping on it on the overall leaderboard. We also do want to give a shout out too, as well. Big Bang Boom is having a little bit quieter of a day, but it's just a constant climb. With as compacted as the top is, like Cam was talking about a second ago, with the way that the points are situated, it's still anybody's game, but you have to give all of these teams, specifically on the top 6, respect for being competitive. Nobody has dropped out of this race yet. Everybody is still just trying to scrap to get every point because they know how close it is there.
Absolutely. No one seems unstoppable just yet. Every time someone starts to run away, it's like the rest of the team either pulls them back or maybe they flub a little bit. They drop the ball and leave the openings. STK, Cameron, we haven't talked about them a ton outside of what's going on with them, and now they're up in 7th after that win. As you watched, do you feel like maybe they've moved back to their let's stop respecting the lobby and play our game, or did they change anything, or just get a lucky
They just cleaned things up a lot better, even from the very first game. We saw them take fights more comfortably. There were a couple of moments that they had to do some wild vehicle sends, like the Yasnaya Field game where they just had to send on Nootropics Wizard Tower that's in the center of the field. That one, in like the best team in the world, playing the best game series of their life, would sometimes have that as their only option. So, but looking over the past 4 games as a whole, as a general metric, I think they're looking a lot cleaner, a lot better, and once you hit them in a late game like this, 4 versus 4, like we just saw, they are still a very, very scary team. Also, Penta was landing a lot of bolt action shots, and even though bolts aren't like the meta, that's still a nice skill to have, just as like a little cherry on top.
I got to toss in 2 quick sins on that. I want to allude to what you were talking about, how we saw Shoot to Kill having to do sins and vehicles at different points. Shoot to Kill is a very strong territory control team, especially when on foot. And so whenever we're looking at this last Miramar game, the way that they were handling the territory around them and the way that they could move into it felt a lot more comfortable for them, I would say. Even having to cross the open fields, they did it very tactically, very clean, and that's the way that they're always going to find their biggest successes.
I hope you're right. We're going to continue to see that as we have one more game left to play. We're going to return to Miramar with the cherry on top of this desert. It is your casters, Hypoc and Porosaurus.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, getting ready to go into our final game of the day. It has been a resurgence of Just Too Easy, and maybe a resurgence now for STK, Hypoc, as we've switched over to Miramar.
I won't speak too soon.
No,
I think until STK can tidy up some of the messier games, then I'll feel a little more confident. I mean, they're not sat, they have the benefit of the leaderboard, right? We talked about this cluster of teams a number of times already tonight. Obviously, you pull out a double-digit win, that's going to help the situation massively. But overall, a game like that, I'm not necessarily convinced by, right? This is one of those circles where I'd say a lot of that pressure is alleviated very early on. STK ultimately the ones to be the victors of that awful area of the map, southwest of Leonis. I know Cammy was talking about that. But well, who knows? This could be the one that really turns things back in their favor.
I mean, if nothing else, we got to see late game STK, which we haven't seen in a little bit, and it looks like late game STK with 4 up is still a frightening sight to behold, as they had complete control over everything that was going on around them. Now the question is, can they get 4 up to the late game consistently? It's been a little bit of a rough ride for that so far. I've seen more of Alo by himself in the final circles than I have the rest of the boys.
I think as well, them demonstrating a lot of restraint. Obviously, I was noting some of the diligence in their play. It comes back to that interview I know you did, right, about the fact that Kurt feels as if they're paying too much respect to some teams, whether or not they really had a window of opportunity to be, really decisive in the end game there. Ultimately, circles like that, like I said, you got to let a lot of that mid game play out, right? You have to be a passenger to a lot of that action that goes on throughout, because so many people are going to die. So many people will fall in some of those awkward crunches. I'm thinking of the one that pulled the warehouses on the northeast out, those final 2 compounds on the south side that I know Sonics and 22 were positioned towards. Once those sort of areas fall out, it's really just, you're in a position to receive some of that vital information in the end game.
Yeah. And we talked a lot about the planes haven't necessarily been favoring STK on Erangel. Well, this time the circle didn't really necessarily favor them as well on that Hossie drop. They had to go all the way down to the south side. So they're showing that they can adjust to circles that don't necessarily favor them. So that's definitely good news going forward, as we see the plane does cut right across the middle of the map this time around. So everybody should be happy with this one.
It should be. Again, we're looking... We're going to have a more northern circle this time around as well, which is a massive benefit in my book. Far away from east and south as possible.
You say that. Well, it's going to go hard southwest now. Yep. I just know it.
Valdemar and Lucco.
Yep.
Well, my eyes go straight towards Valley 8 on a Valdemar circle. I'm drawn to him.
That's where he picked up his 1v4 yesterday against Just Too Easy. So, Valley 8 and Valdemar is... It's good things.
They could not possibly be further away from Vandermark. They've hopped out right at the end. Look as if they might have a little bit of an overlap with Just Too Easy, actually, but keep our eyes on the kill feed in case anything pops off towards Azahar.
Yep, keep an eye on Bing Bang Boom down there in Monte Nuevo. They do have Synergy just off to their south. We saw Synergy have some success in a game like this yesterday as well over in that area, as the circle will pop and it's going to go hard west to El Pozo. Haven't seen one of these in a while, Hypoc.
No, it's been a hot minute, actually. We'll have to see, again, a couple of teams going to be in favorable spots for Circle 1 here.
I'm already letting them know.
Are you marking them down?
I'm letting them know. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm interested. I'm not going to tell you what they are, right?
Okay,
but
state your case, sir. State your case.
I'm getting to it. Hold on. You got to give me time. We got to get the graphic ready, man. Come on.
Okay, that's fair.
Feel for me while I figure this out.
Well, not an awful lot of overlap, at least from the drops we've seen here. BBG do make their way all the way over to Campo Militar. Rumblers do actually settle for pulling a little further south. Maybe just didn't want to mess with Just Too Easy up there, but look like we're going to get an awful lot of action early on. I did see actually Bing Bang Boom send a couple of shots towards Synergy on the south side. Just trying to retrieve a vehicle. That should be a good opportunity for everybody to get set up. Again, it's game 5, last game of the day. At least everybody here will have a blank canvas in terms of the loot phase.
All right, I sent over my favorable and unfavorable. I'm gonna wait for them to pop up, and I can't wait. I can't wait for you to pick them apart
with bated breath.
Okay, Built by Gamers, looting all the way up at Campo Militar. They're gonna take their time with this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them even eat some significant blue damage in Circle 1. Just take as long as you like. Get in there as slow as you like. Try to come in. Now it'll be interesting to see whether they go north or south, or if they try to just send it right into the east. But are you ready, Hypoc? All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
I'm hanging on the edge of my seat.
Favorable. Bricks. I'm going bricks. Favorable spot. Dead center. Bricks is a compound that we've seen. It's just north of Monte Nuevo. It's got a little bit of field behind it, but it's got the hills just to the west. We've seen in the past so many games one out of that location. It's right there where Roth is on your screen. And I think Bricks might be one of the most favorable spots. Now, before you say anything more, unfavorable, anything west of El Pozo.
Wow, what a profound statement to make. Yeah, I'm forced to agree with you, which
Thank you.
I did not think we'd end up here.
We got him, Chad.
I would counter actually with a Circle 1 like this. I'd agree with Red Bricks, right? That the little phase building, you could say. It's almost sacrilegious to call it that this side of the pond, but I mean, I would counter unfavorable at this point. Power grid, man. You're always in such an awkward position. Do you commit to holding on to something on the high ground? Do you send a little further in? Obviously, most of the access routes here, so many teams will opt to come up onto that plateau. And that's why it can be really... If they get a favorable Circle 2 shift, that will slow a lot of that congestion down. But it's just such a tricky spot to get caught in. They're looking at actually Gascans are already making moves north to maybe seek out some of this information. Might have even seen Nootropic split here. Whether or not they're going to be able to decipher that just yet. But yeah, I can't disagree with you. West of Pozo, I see anybody over there. I'm not too pleased about it.
It's going to be rough, and to be
very
honest,
unfavorable. Very unfavorable.
Hey, look, Synergy is trying to play from over there right now. We'll see how they decide to make their way into this circle. As Yoho, Moonage going to take a few shots from STK. Looks like they're ready to joust now. They're feeling themselves. They made it at four up to the late game. They don't want anybody coming near Hacienda, whether it be Poonage or whether it be anybody else. Looks like they're already on the move, though, trying to find their way into the northeastern side of the circle. Might get a little bit close to 22 if they're not careful.
I think it could find a little space here. Timing's going to be key for them.
Yeah, it looks like they pull back down south. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And looking, you see where that cluster now starts to develop as Sonic's actually backfill Monte Nuevo. Trogloditas down to the south of that. We already mentioned Synergy over to the west. looking here, I mean, actually, there's a real lack of pressure coming towards that power grid plateau. With Gascan's moving away from it, it's going to leave it open for United, and everybody else is so late that the thing is, you never usually see too many teams commit to that San Martin road in, and that's why power grid plateau is such a key rotation path. But I'm actually seeing Yahoo here. You can see on the map, they've actually opted to go right in into the thick of it almost. Well, I say that, but STK are fairly split in rotations, so this is a really interesting dynamic here. Everybody else, like I said, is so late that they should just come in on the north side of San Martin, but this is, a little strange. I mean, United could be the benefactors of a decent south or eastern shift on this. Again, the unplayable that wraps it is always a factor to consider, though.
Yeah, and to be honest, man, going back, look, even 2 years. I mean, the last 2 years we've seen this circle. If I asked you where Oath is going to be on this circle, what would you tell me? I mean, Gascans needs to be real careful with this split they got going, is basically the moral of the story here, because I feel like United has played that spot where Nikos is right now, that hill kind of overlooking bricks. You got to be expecting United to come in there at some point.
But you talk about playable spots, right? And the fact that they have Waikikamuko up on, info duty in the early game, it's great, but what do you prioritize more? For me, it's Nikos' compound.
Yeah.
Again, it's along the roadside. It's almost one of those ones that you don't expect too many rotation traps set up. There's going to be a real cluster to the east side of the circle towards, obviously, Plane Crash and that sort of area. But for me, you got to prioritize Nikos' spot. I mean, you can see him trying to peacock down there. He's sending shots out, but again, maybe this is, the stars are aligned. There's not too many teams trying to come in from Picardo's side or over the top of power grid. So it could pay off. The thing is, you look at everybody to the north, everybody to the west, it's pretty difficult for them to just direct send to Nikos. That's the only saving grace of this setup.
Yeah.
Nootropic are the only ones, and they don't move. Any circle that suits Nikos' compound, Nootropic stay where they are.
Yeah, they just collapse onto where Leda is, essentially. So, built by gamers, doing the long wraparound on the north side. Didn't need as much blue as I thought they would, but it looks like they got their looting done and quickly get out of Campo Militar. So they're going to do the long wraparound, come into El Pozo from the north side. They'll be happy to learn that El Pozo is pretty much a dead town right now. The only people in there are the other half of the 2-2 split from Nootropic. So Troglodytes looking over in that general direction, but it looks like they're content with just holding the high ground around Synergy, just off to the west of Synergy. So we'll see. Again, all of this talk about favorable, unfavorable, whatever, all flies out the window if this Circle 2 shift hard shifts up to the north, right?
Yes. Yeah, that is the short version. Yes.
The TLDR here.
Yeah. I mean, this is one that it's actually a very, very difficult Circle 1 in terms of decision making, right?
Yeah.
Because this is kind of a curveball for a lot of rotations. It's not necessarily familiar ground for a lot of teams, and there are teams ultimately that drop on the east side or the south side of the map that may even just call an audible, right? They don't like something they see, and that there is where those kind of rehearsed rotations, things that you rely on, right, in terms of your early game knowledge before it's confirmed. Oh, Finna actually going to get some company here at the concrete. No real opportunity to peel away, and no support from any teammates either.
That grenade didn't go where he wanted it to.
Nope.
Oh, dear. And yeah, the rest of Dodge nowhere near this. Actually, looks like, look at that. They're hopping vehicles. They're heading over here. Dodge actually wants to kind of defend Finna here as the Molotovs will come down. Finna, his job right now is to just stay alive as long as possible. The Molotovs will keep the push at bay. And there you go. Mirage will find Haven. Finna, just by surviving, is opening the door here for Dodge to try to take the fight here to 22.
Finna's down to 18 HP. Can he buy enough time here?
Ooh.
It's looking as if he might be able to. Yeah, Haystem, Vinny, and Balkan don't seem to have any idea where he's repositioned to. And Dodge, the reinforcements are here.
Oh, the grenades were coming out, but they just weren't landing where they needed to. Balkan trying to send it up over the top. You can see that big arc coming through, but it's going to go, ooh, actually gets close enough to Finna off the bounce to do some decent damage there. I thought it was too far, but he used the backboard. No, nothing but net here as Dodge now has a full surround on to 22.
Finn is still alive, by the way.
He's still alive.
Still alive and kicking.
That's all he needed to do. Just stay alive, man. Backboard.
One over the top here. No.
Ooh, that would have been
no damage
dirty.
done. I mean, at this point, like I said, Finn is still up. Whether or not Dodge can really pull out of this scenario.
Oh, Ethan.
Whether or not it's possible.
Yeah, Ethan was their Overwatch, but Waikika spotted him out. And so now Dodge doesn't have that that oversight from Ethan, or at least not as much as he could be providing. Look at Cherry trying to go for the off angle here. He's going to spot out Hayes 10 and Vinny, and that's actually going to let 22 know that there is a full surround. And maybe they can distract a little bit of attention away from Mirage and Finna. But here comes the push. Balkan will take big damage. He's going to leave Vinny out on a line here as Vinny just over peaks, I guess, and goes down immediately. And now Dodge, that's the dinner bell ringing. They're sending everybody. Oh, what a nice flick.
Yeah, Dodge have managed to swing this massively back in their favor. Hayes 10, the last man standing now. And yeah, not a hope in hell of recovering this situation. 40 HP, taking a lot of utility damage. Got to stick this first aid, but Waikika from that position. Ethan will get knocked.
Ooh, they're going to get to it just in time for the res. Ooh, that was so close. Look at Ethan. He's got just a sliver of HP left here as Finna will try to hold Hayes 10.
Hayes 10 trying to make moves.
He's got it. I mean, there's nothing else to do at this point. You got to try to get some kill points. You know that they're not going to let you survive this. So see if you can at least maybe trade one. And these compounds are tailor-made for snake play here. Dodge needing to be really, really careful about how they want to approach this.
Yeah, it's a tricky building to clear. Make sure you're stacked up and ready for this. Finna will be first contact, and actually doesn't even matter. 22 will bow out of this in 16th place, and honestly, folding in that team fight. Like I said, they almost had the advantage on the way in. There was a real opportunity for them to isolate that first kill. And then at that point, Dodge, you know, you give him time. That's the one thing that swings it back in their favor.
I mean, all credit due to Finna there. Great individual play there, just in surviving just in surviving in the first part. And then in the end, just knowing exactly where to be peaking as he pulled through there. So clean stuff from Dodge. And while that was all going on,
the worst thing it could.
That ain't great.
No.
Bricks isn't looking so good anymore.
Bricks ain't it.
Bricks is not the play.
Summary, unfavorable.
And West of El Pozo looking even worse as his hard shifted. So SDK has a central position here. They've got Penta and Luke up high. They're rotating right now. They've got two on the low side at the intersection, taking shots over towards Just Too Easy. Sonics, meanwhile, cleaning just over by Power Grid. United still four. Are they still 4 deep? Yeah, they're 4 deep inside the compound on the north side of Power Grid. We'll see if Sonics has picked that out or if United's maybe groundhogging just a little bit as underdogs. Oh, no. This ain't good. This is not good. Oh, this is very not good.
Money nade, though. Oh, only did 40 damage on one. I think it looked like it was way better position for that. But SDK going to cut their, well, I say losses.
Oh.
At least concede some of this terrain here. And so Luke 12 will get away. They don't fancy that fight at all. Again, this is a more calculated approach than we've been used to seeing from SDK. Just want to maintain numbers for the time being. But we'll fall back to the low ground. And actually on the back side of this, there's a counter crash coming through. There
absolutely is. As SDK just trying to go for the 2-2 split on both sides of the road. Young King sending all 4 in. Penta's blind. He's going to take the shots anyway. And Raji Wow, you can see extremely low. Luke 12 has the grenade in hand. Tries to send one through the window. Not going to find any joy. He'll lay down the firewall to prevent any push coming through. At least pause things down. Now, SDK in a weird position. Do you send the 2 over across the street to support this? Or do you just let Luke and Penta try to save this on their own?
And it's pretty difficult now at this point to cross the road. So I think I have to need Luke and Penta to try and clutch up here, do a ton of damage to these members of the Young Kings.
Sonics is cleaning up
and one actually tries to swing through.
Okay. All right, and one try to get something happen there, but Penta and Luke clean it up. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you can't see Sonics running into Synergy on the south side. They've cleaned up 3 so far. Tiggleton, can he get 4? He's got Fisher in his sights, but no, it'll be Mime that takes it away, but that's going to be 4 points into the bag for Sonics, and they have all the time in the world on the south side here to get this res and clean up. Uh-oh.
Decent amount. Oh, yeah. It's Nootropic actually finding BBG. This is over on the southwest side. Honey Badger positioned a little further inside the circle, but they have to try and prone this one out now.
Nootropic. Maybe cleaning that one up. The Snakers just going to keep sending them down range. Gas cans will lift up their fallen man, get them into a better spot for the recovery. Dodge, meanwhile, have lost Finna. They'll get the trade on to kill Demo, though. That will open up a little bit of a window here to get the res as Ethan coming in for support. This is all going on outside of circle. You can see Underdogs in yellow starting to creep down in that direction as Troglodytes trying to go for their res, but they're not going to let them do that without being pressured here. And now the Young Kings also finding an angle.
Here's Troglodytes as well over on the other side of things. Actually, Ethan going to find a good spray down onto Necro. We'll find his second knock, actually. Like actually a third party or a little bit of third party pressure coming through. Ethan spots out another member of a different team, actually. Not sure they know they're engaging 2 separate enemies. A decent opportunity from the high ground, at least here.
Yeah, Dodge looking pretty salty in this game so far. Looking like they want a piece of everybody. Troglodytes, meanwhile, summarily taken down by Underdogs and Ethan. So that'll be it for their day. Young Kings have left STK's compound and have wrapped this direction. STK, meanwhile, in vehicles, you can see kind of going up the same way that that Penta and Luke just retreated. So they're going to be in a spot to do a little gatekeeping back onto Underdogs should they decide to do so. Finna will find Arma, though.
But still 4 up, like I said, in a reasonably powerful position and 6 kills on the board. So a little bit of wind in their sails now. Young Kings, you've got to be careful of that threat from behind. Like I said, now should have a better understanding of what surrounds them. Actually, Young Kings now going to look to put some damage in. Cherry and Ethan left exposed here. Cherry actually finds a knock there. How? I don't know, but
what?
The Underdogs will fall on the other side of this. Dodge. I'm not sure how they're not getting absolutely destroyed in this scenario.
Cherry.
How did Cherry get that knock?
I have no idea. That man was absolutely dead to rights. He had 2 of Young Kings peeking right down on him. He was not anywhere near cover, but immediately flicks back, takes the knock onto Wycuz, and saves himself here. As Dodge will get the res onto Ethan, but Flux will get the re-knock immediately. But now it's bad news bears for Young Kings as the blue is biting. And there's not really much they can do except be funneled right down into Dodge. They can try to win the fights. Wycuz will find Cherry, but immediately gets traded back onto Finna as Flux is just eating blue damage right now. Let's see if he can maybe win this 1v1. He's going to have to stop down just a little bit, slow it down.
Say Cherry should bleed out as well in the blue. Actually, Finna going to land the headshot will deal with Flux, but the damage is already done. Whether or not they can even get the... No, they can't. No. There's no way. They can't pick him up. Cherry will be confirmed by the blue zone. And again, Dodge pretty split now. I'm only just seeing it now. Actually, the 4th member of Dodge down to the southwest of this on the backside of gas cans. This is the 2nd time tonight. Is that Mirage disconnected once again?
I mean, it seems like Mirage's whole job today for Dodge
just anchoring
is just anchoring. Yeah, I mean, he was just a minute ago before he got to this spot, he was all the way off in the west as the 3-man of Dodge just proceeded up the hill just to make sure that nobody comes up behind them. But here you go, dead bodies everywhere for Nootropic and BBB. United finally leaving their compound to see if they can maybe get some points off of this, and there's it's looking like a feast. If United can come over at the right time, then they do. Lampalot will go down. Kickstart will take 1. He's going to get the flush onto Hello Senpai. Another point in the bag as the United is just feeding.
It deflects out now. They find 3 kills in the blink of an eye. BBB still outside on the southwest side of the new zone, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything done, really, because they're moving into terrain that is in open sight lines to Flood's position just on the north side in that red brick. Actually, Snakers will spot ahead. That's later. relatively isolated. He's got to make a move in the open. Not United.
Oh, no.
No way. Okay. He was just about to walk into that, man.
He really was. Oh, that was almost... I don't know if Leda knows how close he came to instant death there. There you go, Mirage now the last player up for Dodge. 12 kills in the bag, but that'll be them going down. But a nice job done by them to pick up a lot of points here in this last game of the day. I really like E United's tempered aggression is what I would call it right now. Is they know that there's still guys over here, but they're not over peaking. They're not pushing out to try to get it. They know they've got a good spot here on the south side. As we check in with Just Too Easy, they've got Rumblers coming over the top, but oh no, Valiant gonna go down to Penta, and actually Sonic's gonna be doing a lot of defense work for Just Too Easy here.
The Sonics have actually found themselves a load of space on the east side here. And they catch sight lines onto Yahoo transitioning in. See the shots coming out now, but OsHD, the last man standing for the Rumblers. No kills for them in this game. He's going to even be able to get this res on Waldo, potentially. Again, Waldo breaks line of sight here, but don't expect SDK to just allow this to happen. Expect them to dig a little deeper. Actually, well, it's outside the zone. Kurt is desperately looking for a sight line, but elsewhere, this is the engagement between Sonics and Yahoo.
Oh,
once
no!
again, Poonage nearly getting flattened by the Bronco.
Oh boy. Okay. Diggleton and Mime playing the front men here while Shrimsy shoots from range. H-Win providing mid-range support, making sure that E United doesn't wrap around on their backside. New circle pops, and it is not good for anybody except for Gas Cans, really. Gas Cans looking pretty good. And then whoever, if SDK can clean up this north side, maybe have that high ground to work with, there you go. They'll clean up Rumblers. That'll be it for them. But Just Too Easy, still on the move, still trying to figure out how they want to play this. They've got this roadside that they're kind of working around here, but they're not really getting involved in anything.
No, you're right. SDK now ultimately control one of the most important parts of this, which is the north side of the road. Gas Cans looking as if they want to send out a probe, but Sonics, their problems continue here as E United do make a move into the circle. But it's Yahoo trying to make the last stand of defense over on the east side here.
2 HP for Shrimsy as he finishes off Poonage and Shinboy. Sonics have some time to reset just a little bit, but they've got a United to worry about. You can see, as you said, Flood, Kickstart, both having angles onto this. We'll send those mini shots down there. Sonics will have to get back into the vehicles. Looks like they're going to head a little bit more to the north. What is this? They're moving up,
I honestly thought for a moment there, United were actually going to make a send to gatekeep this side of the circle. I mean, they've done enough damage here to force Sonics north. And again, you don't want to find a team knock in this scenario, but
they got time. They got time.
Plenty of time. Yeah. I mean, they give away a knock ahead of the end game. That's the crucial thing. And Shrims is going to get found out here. This is going to slow things down for Sonics.
Oh, Just Too Easy.
That's the thing. They got time, but it's what's costing them here, which is getting a forward position here towards Just Too Easy, finding some damage onto shoot to kill. They have no safety net now.
Yeah,
it's do or die.
Just Too Easy have all the time in the world right now to set up for any eventual push here. Looks like Mime will actually find a knock with a molly, though, but you can see the damage still coming through. Tig is down. H-Win's down. Mime is down. Shrimsy, the last one up. Penta is going to be the one to do it through the trees.
8 kills, man.
This guy is popping the hell off right now.
Look at his utility as well. He's got so much to work with coming into the end of Phase 6. Just Too Easy. Again, they will concede a knock. Penta looking to get a little aggressive. He's going to get inside nade range.
Yeah, he wants this for sure, and he's going to be able to do it pretty freely as that grenade will find it, and Penta will get the re-knock onto Ragnar as well. He's got Kodiak right below him, but Nejum will find the knock. Won't be able to get the flush, but did they get him low enough? Yes, they will. The raid boss is down, and we'll see if Just Too Easy can reset or if STK is going to keep sending. Actually, Gas Can's find an angle onto this as well.
The Gas Can's now looking to get active. Nico's going to clean things up over here. Just Too Easy will fall. It comes down to the
circle.
The final 3, the circle. It goes once again to Gas Cans. Luke 12 trying to find damage to United as they try and make their way towards the roadside. They will actually get closer than I thought.
Oh, Kurt with the dirty spray on the Snakers. The grenade to follow up. Will it find something? Gets damage on the kickstart. I don't think Kickstart heard it. That was like a preventative nade from Kurt, and that actually finds it. Purdy Curdy reading him like a book. The fire will...
Yeah, it's got him. It's got him.
Does it have him? His health
No,
bar's
it
not
doesn't.
going down. He somehow finds the smallest sliver of land in between.
Wait,
oh my goodness.
is the dead body next to him on fire?
I think it was.
What?
Oh my, okay.
I thought it caught him there.
It looked for all the world like Kickstart was just lying in the midst of a lake of fire, but stays alive, gets the heal off. 3 up now for E United. The only thing keeping them alive right now, though, that smoke wall. And look at Luke 12 landing the shots onto Kickstart, gets the knock, gets the flush. 13 kills for shoot to kill, but 10 of those in the pocket of Penta. What a performance from him in the final game of the day.
Insane. Again, you could see him as well. He was just hungry to find more. This sort of position where SDK just want to put up anything. This is a difficult end game to feel comfortable about winning. I'm actually seeing Kurt now just caught earshot of this vehicle rotation. No way he expects this wrap.
I don't think he does, but he actually...
It's a great shot on the other side of it, yeah.
He's going to find him. Kurt gets the knock, but Luke 12 has been traded out. He's gone down as United. They're down to 1. I think Relo is eating... Is that blue damage or is that from bullets? Yeah, it looks like Adam might have found an angle onto him. Yes, he does. Okay, United cleans it up, or gets cleaned up, rather. Gas cans. This is a 2v2. This is Resable here.
Yeah, they're on the slow side of the circle.
Adam.
The flashes come through. There's not enough time.
Oh, no. He's going to go down immediately, yeah. Unfortunate.
And Kurt's taking damage as well.
And the push coming through. You can see the flashbangs are coming. Nico still has a couple of grenades left to throw into the smoke cloud. He will do so as Luke 12 gets finished off. The grenade gets Kurt so low, but he will be able to survive for now. One will pop by him. But this is very dangerous territory here for Gas Cans. They're
split.
A duo, and they are extremely split. If Purdy Curdy can turn this into 2 1v1s, this could be bad news for Gas Cans. Kurt, here's the bottle pop, doesn't hit him. Will he spot out Nikos? And this is actually a 1v1 for Nikos. The smoke wall preventing Adam from getting involved. Kurt's gonna turn it around. He'll take it over to Adam, and Adam with the 6XM249 puts the exclamation point on it, and Gas Cans win the final game of the day with 11 kills.
Really, really well played by them. It's ultimately a circle early on where you're thinking, yeah, they might not find too much. There's never going to be anybody sending it through the center of that circle. So the fact they come away with double digits here, really, really impressive. But it's the end game. Again, it's how proactive they're willing to be. Right? They kept getting favorable shifts, and they were willing to go deeper and deeper outside of the circle to make sure that they could clean up. And that's the sort of thing, we compare that kind of game 1 or game 2, from Dodge, where it almost felt like the window of opportunity closed and they're a little too passive. Gas Cans, the polar opposite, right? Yeah, they're even where they don't have to move, they're being decisive, they're taking the initiative and absolutely making that they can secure these games.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff from Gas Cans. God, Penta, 10 kills in the final game of the day. I mean, if I'm taking anything from this this last game here, 15 games in, it's starting to look like the rust is starting to come off for some of these big name teams. It's starting to look like they're starting to get their game in order, and that's terrifying news for everybody else in this lobby.
It is.
But that's going to do it for us today. Thank you for letting us cast for us. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to wrap up this day and I think get an interview. So let's throw it over to them, guys. Have a great one.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're not going to the interview just yet, and the rust does seem to be falling off, leaving behind a nice patina. We can change it from Penta Lol to Penta Wow after an incredible game from that one. But before we do, let's take a look back at the match so we can see just how Gas Cans got in the position to win. Highlights!
My man. Yeah, this was a good number of middle-of-the-pack teams on the leaderboard performed very, very well this time. Like, SDK just won. They didn't get 1, but they got 2nd place with a good number of kills. They came from 10th place up to 7th at the start of this game. And with how close all those points were, we might even see them in, like, top 3rd.
Oh, shoot to kill? I think that there's a chance that we might see them tied for first, if not maybe off of that last kill, potentially getting into first place. It is going to be neck and neck at the top of the leaderboard. We saw a lot of activity coming in from some teams that really needed it. And just like the casters were talking about, man, it's good to start seeing shoot to kill move into a little bit more of what they're known for. A long time ago, we used to talk about the fact that this squad was really great on Miramar, and that was their area.
Yeah.
We talked about all the time Gunner. It feels like maybe they're just going back to what works for them, falling back into the tried and true Miramar strategies.
Yeah, and I think ultimately this game highlights how exciting PUBG can be when there's actual terrain to play around. You can see a bunch of different mid-level movements. Like, sure, people do sense in vehicles like we saw United here have their only choice be to try and pit themselves under SDK, but we're not seeing so many desperate sends into the middle of a field now. Isolated engagements, maybe a third party here and there, trying to clean up fights quickly. And the gas cans, the pressure they're able to put out once they saw that United and SDK were weakened enough, they wanted to make sure that there was no way for SDK to really keep themselves with a nice foothold there. The good surround, 21 points, just barely edging out SDK's enormous kill count of 14.
I mean, 10 kills for Pinta. Does that make him double Pinta? How does that work whenever he racks up something like that? But, I mean, crazy performance coming out of him. A lot of assistance all considered. Dodge, picking up 12 kills. Placement points. Who needs it? Let's just go ahead and rack it up, get what we can in situations along those lines. And it calms down, gets a little bit more neutral behind that. But I just got to point that one out as well. I was giving Dodge a little bit of a hard time saying they need to get active early. Well, no placement points, 12 kills means that they were definitely active earlier than Circle 6.
You know, it seems like everybody we gave a hard time to today, gentlemen, has had a pretty good go. So let's take a look at the overall, see what's going on as we start this. Shoot to kill moves into first place. Slow starts, but big finishes as they come out on top of the end of the weekend. Big Bang Boom is in second with 112. Sonics up to the top at 109. The Gas Cats right behind them, and E United all tied for the same amount. This leaderboard starting to look a little bit more like what our expectations would have been at the start of day one, Cameron.
Yeah, as far as who is positioned where, but you cannot forget how close the points are for the entire top half of the leaderboard. SDK shot up from 10th place to first in 2 games, and this wasn't even the start of the event. And then Built by Gamers, they haven't had the best day, but it's still shocking to see them go down from first place down to 9th. However, it is only a 13-point gap between first and 9th place. It's only after BBG do we see a big drop off of points. However, at the end of the day, it does not matter the actual point. Like, PGC point allocation does not get calculated based off of how much of a lead that you have. So 1 or 2 points here or there can really make or break.
All right, now
3 teams tied. I just want to point that out. 3 teams tied.
It's pretty
109
wild.
Points.
Now, we're going to pivot away from something that we often do, which is talk to the team who's in first place at the end of the day. That would be STK or Big Bang Boom, because honestly, I don't think a lot of us expected STK to jump that quickly in 2 games. But we're going to do a little bit differently. We're going to talk to Just Too Easy. They have been insanely consistent today. Almost every game has ended in the top 5, including that last one where they got into the top 4. So a big shout out to Loquix, who's decided to join us here from Just Too Easy. I'm sure the guys have a lot of questions about where you started to where you are now. I'm just going to say congratulations on an excellent day of PUBG. Cameron?
Yeah, so I have to ask, you guys looked like you performed very well in the qualifiers. You qualified to the main event in 2nd place. But day 1 and day 2 were looking really bad. Can you sort of tell us what your struggles were on those days, and then what you were able to change up to have this amazing turnaround that we saw today?
Well, we have a lot of troubles from everything. I mean, individual, not in the rotations, because we actually take good places, but after that, we always got some troubles. Like, I play really bad. My teammates got trouble mistakes too, so that makes awful days. But today we can no. like fix those mistakes and get a really good day, I think. So only the first game we got a really bad, like 2 or 3 points only. The rest of the day was like 10 plus. So that was.
Matt.
Okay, I've one thing I want to say. Great job on doing the interview so far. I know it's a little hard given the setup and going across continents to say the least. So thank you for doing it with us. But I'm just curious. Did you guys like? How was the synergy and what was like what was it going on in the team like between you guys last night and then into today? I mean, there has to be a drastic morale difference between you guys. So like, I'm assuming yesterday didn't end feeling good and today does. How did you guys get over that hump to get like to this stage?
Okay, about the interview, I don't speak a lot on English, so I get a little bit sketchy. But
Doing great.
well, the first 2 days, the morale was really bad. I don't know if the morals. The first day, yeah. The second, not that, but we know that we got a lot of troubles, so we try to fix them. And yesterday at the night, we see all the replays, all the stuff, and try to fix that. So today we see with other eyes the match. Uh, so yes, no, today it was like another thing completely.
Very, very awesome. Well, I was glad to see the improvement today. If the gentlemen don't have any more questions for you, I want to give you a chance to go ahead and give a shout out or call out to anybody you want. The stage is yours after a great day of play.
A shout out to all my viewers, the mods, to Sophie, Rama, Nanito, Mati, all and all the rest of my viewers and the guys who are like cheer for us for Just Too Easy. Shout out to them. Sorry about the first 2 days, but we are trying to improve.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I want to give a shout out to you. I know that being willing to do an interview in a language that you're not completely comfortable with can be uncomfortable, but I think you nailed it. You did a great job both on the field and in the interview. Thanks so much, and I look forward to seeing what you bring next weekend.
Thank you. Good luck next week.
Thanks to you. Thanks.
All right. So that's the reality there is, I do shout out. That is, you heard him. He said this isn't the easiest interview for me, but a chance to come out and sort of represent his team and talk about it. And I think you hit on it, Matt, with that question. Their morale was low. It had to be after day one. Our stat guy just told us they got more points in 4 of their 5 games today, like literally in each of 4 games than all of day one. That is a crazy come up, Matt.
I mean, and I know I kind of alluded to this when he was talking about it as well. The ability to rebound inside of battle royales is so vital. I mean, every single round, we're looking at how close this leaderboard is right now, between first to ninth. We were just talking about that. To be able to deal with that level of mental struggle is a requirement not just on a day-by-day basis, but on a round-by-round basis. You go out 16th, you got to come back with the mindset that you're going to get first the next time around. And we see that good teams are capable of that. And I just want to say Just Too Easy, being able to climb back from where they were to where they are now, proves that they're a good team. And also got to give a shout out for similar structure with Shoot to Kill. They had a massive climb and now sitting in first off of the same type of mindset.
Very, very nice. All right, we're going to get in. You know what? The day's over. I'm sure you guys have places to be. I know Cameron and Matt probably have amazing social lives that they need to get off and enjoy. I will probably make some food and watch Netflix. But I want to get to it, so we're going to wrap up. Guys and gals, do some final thoughts. You know I love them. So let's start out with Cameron and then Matt, and then we'll close this thing out.
I don't know. It's just the fact that everything is still this close. We're halfway through, and usually at this point, you at least see, if not 1 or 2 teams, like a collection of 4 or 5 teams break away from the rest of the pack. But we're seeing 9 teams break away. I can't remember the last time we've seen it be this tight halfway through an event. That's going to make next week really exciting, because in the break that we have leading up to it, there's going to be a lot of teams, built by gamers included, that are really going to prep for it and come in hot.
I like it. Matcher?
I gotta say, I'm trying my hardest to be smart, Matt, right now for the analyst desk, because as close as it's been and as the way that these games have gone down, I have wanted to get hype about so many different things. I know you guys have heard me being like, oh, what's Oz in the back? Next week, just like Cam was talking about, it's going to be nuts. I want to see if Just Too Easy can continue to ride this thing through and climb up even further, because they are starting to get into that stage. I want to know, when it is this tight on that leaderboard, who's going to do the homework? Because that's the big thing right now. You got to come in with everything. You got to know every rotation. You got to know where people are playing. You can leave nothing behind. This is going to be a hard 5 days of work for everybody moving in before this next day. And now I want to see who prepares the most, because I think that's who's going to win.
I like it. And I think that that's important. I also want to send a message to every team, because something we learned today is that come-ups are completely possible. Just Too Easy was second to last when they showed up today, and now they are back in the race. And on the other side of that, STK started in 8th place with a measly 61 points, and now they are at the top of the lobby. Not just a good day, but they took over the lead off the back of a really strong day of play. So with 15 matches left to go, it's anyone's game. If you at home, however, think that you've got that STK style, if you've got that Just Too Easy vibe, and you know how to glow up, now's the chance. We told you there was going to be a lot of action in 2022, and the next stage is about to go down. You can sign up now for PCS 6 America's Open Qualifier. Round 1 is going to start up on March 9th, but write this: registration closes on the 7th. So if you want to play, you got to get in by that day, and you can do so at na.pubgesports.com. The only way to win is to get in the game. Guys, gals, everyone, we appreciate you being here, hanging out with us this weekend. It has meant the world. On my behalf, for Cameron, Matrim, Poro, Hypok, Godspeed, Clover, and the rest of the production team, as well as everyone at PUBG Esports, we appreciate you spending your time with us. And until we see you next week, play more PUBG.